everybody. Back. Welcome back. We're gonna watch the press conference shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Hold on, YouTube and Twitch. For some reason I can't see anything. Oh, okay, I see YouTube. Hey, Abby. Hey, Scott. Welcome in, everybody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At today's press conference, we will hear from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark. Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point. Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow. And a third unfired casing read, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
If you read this, you are gay, LMAO. The shooter was an edgelord, based on that one.
We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to.
Okay, I now recognize that there's a lot of you that aren't currently online. A person who affects a provocative or extreme persona, especially online, typically used of a man. Basically someone that like makes offensive jokes, and it's like, well, I'm just a fan of dark humor kind of person.
And to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were.
Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because it contains unoriginal or reproduced content. This is in line with the For You eligibility, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. We don't need to be on the FYP. That's fine.
Able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents.
Also, when are we going to discuss white-on-white crime?
To be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I'll now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI.
Just want to point out that this man right here, the director of the FBI, who was picked solely because he is a Trump sycophant and he wrote a children's book that illustrated Donald Trump as a king and the left as like the villains. This man tweeted out that they had caught the suspect, which puts the lives of any students that are at that campus in danger because the suspect was not caught. This man is not qualified for the job, and his impeachment should be swift and bipartisan.
Our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox.
What does that mean? Wait, what does historic progress for Charlie mean? What was historic about what they did in those 31 hours? I'm actually genuinely curious. Is that the fastest they've ever had a shooter turned in by their father? Like, is he just using that word because Donald Trump likes using that word? What was historic about the progress?
Our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play. We will play that role, and we will lead after the federal government. Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m. where, at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect.
Wait a second. So the FBI took like 8 hours to post the images of the suspect. But during that time, they arrested 2 people that had nothing to do with it and tweeted out that the suspect was arrested, meaning that people should feel safe, even though there was a murderer on the loose, right? Just so we're clear, just to be clear, that's the historic progress.
And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor...
And like, there's no evidence that it's historic in any way, right? Like other shooters were apprehended faster. Multiple other shooters were apprehended faster. So it's not historic. This is just self elation over nothing, given that the shooter's dad turned him in, right? Like, we could have just skipped this whole part of the press conference.
Governor Cox said, this would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly, and I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to dedication of good law enforcement being great, and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake Field Office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you, and good morning.
I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice.
Thank you so much, Penelope. Thank you so much.
Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you everybody for everybody that has stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
Okay, so the prayers led to his father turning him in. Interesting.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not even a Charlie Kirk fan, and I would be a little bit offended by how much glazing is going on at this press conference. Like, isn't the point that like we're getting justice for Charlie Kirk? But they're just like, we did such a good job, y'all. Fucking wild.
I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, assassination, political assassination of Charlie Kirk, but it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals.
Just to be clear, every school shooting is an attack on all of us, because I'd like to believe that our ideals include the fact that we as a society should protect our children. So every time that a deranged person or a hateful person is able to access a gun that common sense gun legislation would have prevented, that's an attack on all of us. I know a lot of people on the right have trouble with this concept that we should care about children because you're okay with them being raped on Epstein Island, and you're okay with them being mutilated in school shootings, and you're okay with marrying them in some cases. But most of us, most Americans, really, really want to protect children. And so this is the type of this type of emphasis, this type of news coverage should be applicable to every school shooting, including the one that happened yesterday or 2 days ago. Excuse me.
This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas.
Is it having children's lives taken for just the need to be educated? That doesn't make it more difficult for people to feel safe sending their kids to school? That doesn't make it more difficult for people to be safe in public places? No. It's the Charlie Kirk shooting. That's the really important one.
They can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been. As sad as I have ever been.
As angry as you've ever been. So angrier about Charlie Kirk shooting than about Sandy Hook, than about Uvalde. Interesting. Just no, super. I'm glad you're telling on yourself here. Someone like you was killed, and so you care. You don't give a flying fuck when children are killed. That was a self-report.
Ever been. And it was as anger pushed me to the brink. It was.
We're resetting, y'all. TikTok on some bullshit. I'll be right back. YouTube and Twitch, I'm not resetting. You guys can watch me reset, but I gotta reset. BRB, everyone make sure to follow. If you want to see the rest of this, make sure to follow. Thank you. Again, yeah. Oh wait, we have to hold for another minute and a half. Hold on. We have to hold for another minute and a half. For those that don't know, by the way, so TikTok, if we don't get to 25 minutes, right? So Penelope sent that gift earlier. I'm super grateful for that. Also, everyone's heart me's, but those are like half a penny. I get half a penny each for heart me, so it's not a whole lot. But so Penelope sent that gift earlier, and if the live doesn't get to 25 minutes, then if your live is below 5 minutes, then you only get 20% of the gift. If it's not above 25 minutes, then you only get 35%. Additionally, 20% of that gift is being 20 additional percent, because TikTok already claims the minimum 50%. 20 additional percent is being taken because of the content violation, because we were watching the video. %20 punishment because we're watching this video. Is that not wild to anybody else? Also, I've talked about this before. Their new policy that came into play like 3 or 4 months ago. Their new policy that came into play 3 or 4 months ago is actively harming smaller creators, because to get your full, it used to be you get 50% of the gift, which is I don't have a Cash App. I'm banned unfortunately, but Venmo and PayPal are in bio. The policy that came into place for TikTok like a few months ago punishes small creators, and it makes it nearly impossible for them to grow, and I'll explain why. So it used to be TikTok gets half your gifts, you get half your gifts. It's already a lot. 50% is a lot, given that PayPal fee is 3%, but whatever. They have the platform. They got to make money. It is what it is. They changed it so that I just want to get banned on Cash App because somebody's message said something about one of our guests, I think, that made it. Anyway, so they made it so that instead of you get 50%, they get 50%. Now you have to hit benchmarks to get your full 50%. So the first benchmark is you have to make it so that your live is over 25 minutes long, like I explained before. Have you tried a crypto gift yet? Crypto grift yet? No. The fake Dan Malik account was trying to sell crypto, I think, but they got banned. Okay. So you have to make it above 25 minutes. Okay. Well, actually, you know what? We already got the suspension. I'm just gonna play my video on it because I was way more eloquent than video. But I need a milk coin. Damn, this was I'm saying 2 or 3 months ago. I'm losing track of time. This was a while ago.
So just to be clear, I am a fan.
Okay, I'm not gonna find it. Long story short, you need to make it over 25 minutes. So if you get banned in the first 5 minutes, then you don't get all of your gift. And it could be even if it's a ban that gets appealed later. So that's insane. That's number one. Number two, you need to get 5 or more unique followers per live. And if you don't get your full 50%. Think about a small creator that has 9 viewers. How are they going to get 5 new followers in each live? And then you also need to what's it called? You need to go live more than twice a week. Otherwise, you don't get your full amount. What if someone just went live once a week? They have all. Doug, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Hope this helps and thank you. I really appreciate that. I do want to point out when I'm talking about like the gifting suspension, it's not so much of a like it's hurting me. But this is the type of thing that like hurts discourse. Like now we can't. I mean, we're gonna do it because I don't care. But a lot of people are not gonna be able to discuss the situation. 5 unique followers. It has to be so you can't unfollow and refollow. A lot of people are gonna not discuss the situation because they don't want their gift suspended. But anyway, I do really appreciate it. Anyone that's gifted and stuff, I appreciate it. The only thing I ask of all of you guys, honestly, is just to follow. Really, genuinely, truly. Okay, so let me give you an example. Before this policy, if you got a Galaxy, right? You got a Galaxy, and the person gifting the Galaxy, they have to pay about $10 to $11 if they buy it on their computer, but they pay about $15 if they buy it on their app. Okay. It used to be that the creator gets $5. That's already crazy. But if you are a small creator, right, that can only go live once a week, and you get unjustly banned after getting that Galaxy for whatever reason, right? They misheard something you said, and you appeal it and it goes through, you receive from the Galaxy that the generous viewer potentially paid $15 for, you receive $2. $2 of the 15 that they spent in that situation. That's how bad the policy is. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to keep discussing this shortly. TikTok policy is insane. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad y'all a lot of people don't know like how bad the new policy is. Because maybe I shouldn't mention this, but there's another new policy that came out just recently that says you can't talk about how much you make on TikTok. Is Tyler Robinson a Republican Mormon? To my knowledge, they are a nonpartisan Mormon with a Republican family, but we don't really get. Oh, here
TikTok is robbing you. If you're a live creator or support live creators, you're going to want to listen to this. Back in January, TikTok unveiled their new scaled live.
Back in January, I said 2 or 3 months ago, chat. My brain is cooked beyond belief. Oh my god.
Rewards incentive system. TikTok promoted this system as a positive. As you can see below me, the original message that they sent out to creators was, hey, look, you used to get 50%, and now you have a chance to get 53%. The reality is, this change is a net negative for 99% of the creators on this platform. Prior to this change, creators would always receive 50% of the gifts that they received during their live. Now, I always thought 50% was kind of low, but at least they were upfront about it. After this change, creators now have to hit certain benchmarks in order to continue to receive 50% of their gifts, let alone the 53% that they're advertising here.
So right is going to rewrite the narrative? Yeah. Just like with Thomas Crooks. Like Thomas Crooks literally was a pro-gun nut who planned on killing either Trump or Biden, whoever was closer, and they still claim that the left tried to kill him. There's still, to this day, the left tried to... They say they tried to kill him, but he was spared by God. God didn't spare the volunteer firefighter, by the way. God didn't curve the bullet for that, but okay.
What works is when you end your live, rather than getting the full 50% of your gifts, you now can receive.
Okay, that one dude, Democrats are indoctrinating our children to be violent extremists. Just FYI, the guy's parents are registered Republicans that voted for Donald Trump. Okay, so it sounds like Republicans are the ones indoctrinating their kids, right?
Up to 40% of those gifts, and up to an additional 13% will be added to your balance at the end of the week if you hit certain benchmarks. So first I'm going to go over the per live benchmarks, and then I'll go over the weeklies. So take a look right here. Live duration. Less than 5 minutes, 20%. Greater than 5 minutes, but less than 10 minutes, 30%. And then so on and so forth. So what this essentially means is that you need to make sure every single one of your lives is over 25 minutes. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on a good portion of the gifts that your viewers are sending. Then we have over here, new unique followers, which basically punishes smaller creators that aren't constantly growing. So to get an additional 1% added to your max of 38 over here, you need to accrue 1 to 2 new followers per live. 3 or 4, and you'd get 1.5%, and then over 5, you get the full 2%. To add up with the 38% there to make the 40% of the per live. Now, if you are a smaller creator, it is not easy to gain over 5 followers per live. Not to mention the fact that some people don't have 25 minutes to go live. Some people just go live when they have a few minutes, and that used to be okay. TikTok no longer wants people to go live for short periods of time. Now let's talk about the weekly benchmarks. So first we have, you must go live for at least 25 minutes in total to count as a valid go live day. So if you go live one day for over 25 minutes, you get 6% at the end of the week. And if you go live 2 days or more, then you get 8%. Content engagement, active team members. These are the people that send heart me's. So the little one penny thing next to your name at the top. If you have 10 or more, then you'll get 1%. If you have 100 or more, then you'll get 1.5%. And if you have 2,000 or more, you'll get 2%. So you can already see with this change,
That one dude, request up or you're getting muted. Democrats are the enemy of the people. Y'all will never see another election victory in our lifetime. So you guys won one popular vote in the past 20 years and don't know how to act. You're already getting smoked in every special election, and independent support of Donald Trump has tanked. So assuming we have fair elections, I know you would be fine with a dictator. You'd be totally. If Donald Trump came out today and said, okay, so we're going to not have the next elections, but I'm going to be president forever, you would be fine with it because you don't have consistent moral values. You just believe in hate. You're a horrible person, and I hate you. I hate you. I'm a hateful person as well. For hateful people like you. Okay, so just so we're clear, you're lying when you say that Democrats are the ones indoctrinating their kids, because this person's parents are Republicans. This person is an edgelord. They had on their bullet, if you read this, you are gay, laugh my ass off. Okay, this was a cis white dude.
That they are punishing small creators. A lot of creators do not have over 10 team members, let alone over 100. And don't get me started on over 2,000. I have 90,000 followers, and I'm not even close to 2,000 team members. That's a massive number. So I'm not hitting that benchmark. I'm getting the 1.5% on that. And then finally, to round out the up to 13% of the weekly benchmarks, you have the Creator League. Now, I didn't know a lot about the Creator League before going into this because I don't do battles or anything like that. I just do, the politics and stuff.
Oh shit, this is 7 minutes long. Fuck it. All right. Long story short, it's TikTok is scumming the smaller creators.
Actually, Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those, and specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state.
So for those that missed the first part of this press conference, it's mostly the Dan, have you battled Johnny? No, we're not really into battles. Mostly it's the FBI glazing themselves for doing nothing because the way that the shooter was caught was that their father turned them in. The FBI, in fact, did worse than nothing because what they did was they put out a tweet saying that they caught the shooter when the shooter was not caught. So children or other people that might have been in public in the area of the shooter felt safe when they shouldn't have been. Right? Very, very irresponsible. That alone, the FBI director should be impeached for. But on top of that, what we also missed was this guy right here, the governor. Is this the governor of Utah? Said that he has never been angrier than today. So he's more angry about Charlie Kirk being shot than the children that died at Sandy Hook. He's more angry about Charlie Kirk being shot than the children that died at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. He's more angry about Charlie Kirk being shot than children. Just so we're clear. Okay, we're gonna keep watching.
In my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people love Charlie. And
keep young people out of your mouth because you don't give a fuck about young people. You don't do anything about gun violence in schools, okay? You don't give a fuck about young people. So I don't care about your opinion about Charlie Kirk and who loved him and who didn't. Keep young people out your mouth, especially when 51 Republican senators voted against releasing the Epstein files, which would bring justice to young people that were raped, okay? You guys don't care about young people that were raped, just so we're clear.
People hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies, nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option.
And I wonder why. Why is it that when the President of the United States gets his back blown out by 7 million votes and then incites an insurrection, a violent insurrection, when he says that Mike Pence didn't do the right thing And then his supporters are chanting "Hang Mike Pence" when we don't get any walk back at all from the president, any apology for his role in the insurrection. When we have to wait 3 hours for him to call those people off. It took a veteran dying before he actually called the people off. We don't get a single apology. We don't get a single walk back. We still, to this day, do not have him acknowledging that he lost that election. No. Why do you think politics feels that way for young people?
But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here, and that person is now in custody.
Would he have said that if the shooter was black or trans? Now it's one person. Trump blames the radical left, but now that the shooter is a white cis man, it's just one person, mental health problem. Also, we're gonna cut funding to mental health. Bye.
And will be charged soon, and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns.
Digital Snow, you wanna clarify this one? You wanna clarify this one? What should I watch my back from, Digital Snow? Talk to me. What should I watch my back from? Got real quiet, huh? That's so weird. He was okay with Nancy Pelosi's attempted murder. Yeah. In fact, he not only did so we're clear, Charlie Kirk not only did he joke about the fact that a patriot should bail out the person who bludgeoned Paul Pelosi's head in with a hammer. Not only did he joke about the fact that they should bail him out, the next day after Hortman, which was a Democratic politician that died in a political assassination, the next day he was blaming Tim Walz. Didn't y'all glorify Luigi? If you had watched my live last night, I would have called out the fact that I think anyone that is glorifying Luigi but is not glorifying this guy is inconsistent. And I also pointed out that I personally wasn't glorifying Luigi. Now, if you didn't watch it, I understand, but I hope that clears things up. I don't think that anyone should be executed publicly like that. You know who does think that? Charlie fucking Kirk, who called for bringing back public executions.
This bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how you we lead the nation in charitable giving.
Really quick, I just want to can one of the mods pin Snow's comment from before so that I can we're going to block him, but we're also going to look at their profile.
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Perfect. Let's see here. What do we got? Digital Snow. Someone said the repost. Who's you? Snow, who's you? Also, who's they? When you say they, you mean cis white men? Do you mean Mormons? Who's the they in there? Who's the they, Snow? Edgelords? I want to know who the they is when you talk about that. Snow, why don't you come up? Like, you literally, you came up and said, watch your back. No, I'm watching my front. Say it to my face. Come up and tell me what you want to say. I know people on the right are actually, in a lot of ways, happy that what happened because they're hoping that now they can somehow justify their threats of violence and silence people like me. No. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep pointing out that Donald Trump is part of the reason that this happened. When Donald Trump incites violence with his words, when he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, which is a direct quote from Mein Kampf, when he says that Mike Pence didn't do the right thing, which leads to his supporters chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and he does not apologize. When he said he blames the radical left when there is not a suspect yet. I'm not doing anything. I'm telling you that you are going to have a tough time for the next. Tell me why. No, explain yourself. I want to know why. You seem to be very profound. Explain to me why I'm going to have a very tough time. Why aren't you requesting up? What, are you scared to talk to me? You have very, very big feelings because the right is in power. What is the right going to do? What is the right going to do? Are they going to shoot another person on the right like this guy? What is the right going to do? It seems that all the right knows how to do is to pawn off accountability, right? Because they didn't give a flying fuck when there was a political assassination of a state senator in Minnesota. They didn't give a flying fuck. They didn't talk about it for an hour. And we're not gonna end up hearing Charlie Kirk's name. We're going to keep hearing Charlie Kirk's name for weeks because you guys aren't going to shut the fuck up about it. But fortunately, oh, thank the Lord that the shooter wasn't black or trans. Because if they were black or trans, we'd be hearing about it every year for the rest of our lives. Just like how you guys still talk about George Floyd. Still make fun of George Floyd. And you want to talk about people on the left making memes about Charlie Kirk dying? But Charlie Kirk makes memes about George Floyd dying? Unjustly? They both died unjustly. You know that, right? They both died unjustly. But you only care about one of them. Why is that? At least the right isn't looting and rioting. Oh, you mean like when you guys rioted and stormed the Capitol and smeared shit on the walls because you couldn't handle a loss? You guys were such babies that when your candidate got his back blown out by 7 million votes, you had to break into the Capitol instead of just taking it for 4 years. You know, like how we did when Trump was destroying our country, dismantling our country. Over the course of 4 years, you couldn't take it, so you needed to storm the Capitol and smear shit on the walls. The right is the party of violence. When we have children being mutilated in schools, we don't hear a peep from any of you guys. Gun deaths are a necessary evil to keep the Second Amendment. You know who said that? Charlie Kirk said that. Okay? Charlie Kirk said that. I advocate for things that would have saved Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk advocated for his own demise. Say the whole quote? Sure. Charlie Kirk, Second Amendment quote. I got you. I'll say the whole quote. I'll read you a bunch of his quotes. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. We're going to honor Charlie's memory by giving you the greatest hits. If you're a WNBA pot-smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than an American Marine? If you're a white nationalist, do you get treated better than school children? Serious. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. When are we going to talk about the white-on-white crime, right? When are we going to talk about the white-on-white crime? If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? If we have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. What is it about black women that means that they don't have the brain processing power? But okay, you want to talk about the Second Amendment quote? I got you. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Thanks, Obama.
I disagree with him, and if my policies were in place, he would likely be alive today. I'm not okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Thank you, LRA, for the sub. That's not rational. That's not the full quote. Oh, okay, wait. I'll get the full quote. I'll find the full quote. I'm curious. Maybe it's out of context. And you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe after that he said the Sandy Hook tragedy was so bad that every single American should be feeling empathy for them, and we should demand common sense gun legislation. Is that the full quote? I'll get the full quote for you. Charlie Kirk, Second Amendment. The article, hold on. Worth it. Here we go. Here's the full quote.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. Wow. And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year.
I don't know if I have to say this, by the way, but driving is a little bit more important than having your big metal penis. Like, I don't know if that's clear, that there are differences, right? Vehicles are made to get us from point A to point B. Guns are made to kill people. So if somebody dies because of a vehicle, that is not the intended purpose, whereas guns are the intended purpose. But, okay.
That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, you. I just want your vote. Having products, services.
Thank you no more for the money gun. Also, I do want to point out, if his argument is that we should be regulating guns like we regulate vehicles, I agree. Yes, you should have to take a course. You should have to pass a test. Yes, thank you. You could have your license revoked. You can have your license revoked if you don't do the right thing. Thank you, Charlie. You know what? Actually, he cooked with this one.
Is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
By the way, what does he mean by having more fathers in the home? How do we legislate having more fathers in the home? Is it by banning abortion to force women to stay with their potentially abusive baby daddies? Just as a reminder, within the past week, Donald Trump said that, they try to report domestic violence as violence, but that's just like a woman being... I'll pull up the quote for you guys. Trump, domestic violence. A little fight with your wife is how he put it. A little fight with your wife. So this is what the right's goal is, right? We have Charlie Kirk advocating for taking away a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions and pushing for total abortion bans, including on his own. When asked if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, would he let her get an abortion? He said he would force his 10-year-old daughter to have that child. Okay? So when we're pushing for total abortion bans, and now we're hearing him say the way to reduce gun deaths is by having more fathers in the home, right? Their goal is to put women back in a position of ownership. I'm going to play the rest of Charlie's quote. Don't worry. But their goal, they want to make sure that women can't leave their relationships, right? They want to make sure, okay, you had the child. We know that children are better and are better off in a home with both their parents, so stay with your man. Stay with your man. That's what they want, because they recognize that right now, you know why there's a male loneliness epidemic? Because men are not reaching the moment. Men back in the 50s, or as they would call it back in the day, all a man had to do was have a job. But now that women can work and can have their own bank accounts, men need to be a little bit more than just have a job. They need to be kind. They need to be good people. They need to be responsible. And a lot of men don't have that. They're just racist pigs. Okay? So this is the ideology that's being spread by both the president and Charlie Kirk when he calls domestic violence a little fight with your wife. Whoa. Face the wall. Wait. Is that a threat? Hold on. If you're only allowed to make threats to my face, not in the comments. Any threats will only be accepted to my face. Please. So either request up or get blocked. I'm only accepting death threats to my face. No? No request?
Please clap.
I'll give you 30 seconds. I'm gonna go back and we're gonna watch the full quote again because I interrupted a bunch of times. All right, next. You're getting blocked in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Just as a reminder, if you're making death threats in the comments but not to my face, you are part of the problem. Not that you wouldn't be part of the problem if you were making death threats to my face, but the fact that we're threatening people with death because of their political opinions is something that I thought you guys were against. That was your whole thing. Charlie Kirk died for his political opinions, so I'm going to make leftists die for their political opinions. What? You guys were itching for this. You were itching for something like this to bring about your civil war because all you want. You thought that when Trump won, your anger would quell, but no. No, Trump winning made you even angrier. So you needed something else, and you hoped, you prayed. And when we go to the press conference, we're going to see the governor admit to this. You hoped, you prayed that the killer of Charlie Kirk was black or trans. You really hoped so that you could start this civil war against the left. When in reality, it was just a white, cis, straight dude who was an edgelord. When are you guys going to denounce him? When are we going to talk about the white-on-white crime?
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. Wow. And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities.
Totally agree with Charlie here. We should regulate guns like we regulate driving. W-based Charlie Kirk. May he rest in peace. We should regulate guns like we regulate driving.
But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
Okay, so we went over the fathers in the home thing, armed guards in schools. There was a time, right, where children could go to school without it being a military zone. But I guess that's what the right wants. They would prefer that. Okay, and for the guy who said it's not a gun issue, it's a mental health issue, I would believe you if you started supporting candidates that wanted to fund mental health. But the right constantly cuts funding for mental health. You guys don't think it's a mental health issue. You just want to pawn off accountability always. You will never take accountability.
we should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
Who asked me to watch the full quote expecting that to have absolved him of this? Wait, who is it that wanted the full quote? How does this make it any better? Also, all acts that happen are all from mentally... No, 43 Vic, you are no longer allowed to reply until you reply to my point. I said, if you think that the problem is mental health, then why don't you vote for people that want to fund universal health care? Why do you vote for the people that strip funding from mental health care? I'm sure they run from facts. They thought that he was going to say something like, but you shouldn't shoot me. I'm so lost on that. He said we should have some gun deaths a year to protect our Second Amendment. He's one of those gun deaths. He literally died on that hill. And credit where credit is due. I think he believed in what he was preaching. There are a lot of people out there that are grifters. I do think he believed in what he was preaching. And so hopefully he finds rest knowing that his cause was successful. He successfully ended up being one of those deaths to protect the Second Amendment. Once again, this video is... Bro, okay, tell me what's in the video. Give me what is cut out. Is there a part where he says, but please, we need common sense gun legislation? Because that's the only thing that would absolve him of this. Is it calling for common sense gun regulation? Where's the full clip? I'll wait. You can even come up and show me the full clip. Is it this one? This is 3 minutes. How many times do we have to listen to this man? What's common sense gun laws? Safe storage laws, red flag laws, universal background checks. Those alone, both parties agree on. Now, I know some people on the right really need their metal penises, so you might not agree with the assault weapons ban, even though we had an assault weapons ban in the 90s and it reduced gun deaths dramatically. Those are the big four. But at least I will take these three, at least, so that more Charlie Kirks don't have to die. Background checks are already being done. Not at gun shows, Nate. So when we say universal background checks, that's what we're talking about. A background check every time a gun is sold, even private sales. Imagine going on TikTok and justifying... Silly Goose, did I once justify it? Wait, Silly Goose, request up. Yes. When did I justify his death?
You're pulling out quotes.
I'm pulling out his clips, yes.
You're using whataboutisms. You're like, well, what about this legislature that was like targeted and this and that? I don't realize. Do you know you're radicalized? Do you even realize that?
I'm hearing all your words. Can you just answer my question? When did I justify his assassination?
You're playing his own words and that and doing that. Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I'm not the one justifying his assassination. Then wait, you recognize that it's him. He is justifying his own assassination, not me. I am not okay with what happened to him. I already said I am against what happened to him. Just like I was against, by the way, what happened to the CEO of United Healthcare. A lot of people disagree with me on that. I didn't think that allegedly Luigi should have done that. But I'm not going to mourn him, especially when he was okay with what happened to him, right? If playing his own words is justifying his death, then maybe you guys should have some self-reflection, right? Sorry, I meant to unmute you. Go ahead.
You're like these TikTokers, like you, Dean Parker, and everything.
I don't know why you would bring up Dean and Parker. Dean literally cried for this man's death. I don't know why you would bring up Dean and Parker.
Oh yeah, cried while he was receiving gifts and galaxies and everything else.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Online doing that. Yeah.
What does that even?
Yeah.
What does that even have to do with anything?
Yeah. And as he's on Discourse.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was Charlie Kirk not making money with his rhetoric?
Did Dean not run a poll while all this was unfolding?
I have no idea. I wasn't paying
Yes,
attention.
he
to
did on
Dean's
Discord.
Sure.
So
Wait,
it's pathetic.
was Charlie Kirk making money off of his
So
rhetoric?
I wouldn't like.
No. I only allow people to answer my. You can keep talking. You can keep spreading your monologue after you answer my question. Was Charlie Kirk making money off of his rhetoric? Yes or no?
I'm trying to keep pace with your like nonsense.
Okay, I'll slow it down for you. Was
Dean,
Charlie Kirk making money off of his rhetoric?
The whole Dean story.
Was
so now I
Charlie
have to dissect
Kirk making money off of his rhetoric?
Charlie Kirk debated with honor.
Was
with people
Charlie
that
Kirk
had
making
hate,
money?
like you?
Okay, so you only care when Dean makes money, but you don't care when Charlie Kirk makes money. By the way, Dean is donating all of the gifts from that live. You're not going to believe him because you don't believe anything coming from someone that is not painted orange. Okay, so you guys have selective outrage, and that's the fucking problem.
Looks like. Everyone watch what he does.
Yes, I'm angry. I'm angry that a man needed to die for you guys to care about gun violence. A white man needed to die. Excuse me.
Half truths and plays half videos.
Oh, give me the full video. I'm begging you. I'm begging you for the full video. I want everyone to hear the words of Charlie Kirk. He died. I want his words to be spoken out to the world, right? He died.
Have you ever called anyone homophobic, the H person, fascist? Have you ever done that on your live?
Have I ever called someone a fascist? Yes, I have.
Yeah. And what was inscribed on his bullets and the assassination?
He said, "Here, fascists catch." He also, one of the bullets also said, by the way, if you read this, you're gay. And who is it that demonized the gay community? Oh wait, not me.
Yeah, nice. Whataboutism, Yeah,
it's not. This is okay. Here, how about this?
That's what radicals
How about this? Do you think being a fascist is a good thing?
That's what radicals.
Do you think being fascist? No. I'm sorry. You don't get a platform. You don't get a platform if you don't answer my questions. Do you think being a fascist is a good thing? Oh wait.
Absolutely not.
Perfect. Okay. So when someone is against fascism, why are you taking that as if it's the left? Isn't the right also against fascism?
Yeah. And what did the left do? Isn't it? Thank you. Silencing your opposition. Isn't that a component of fascism? Silencing your opposition.
Who's the one? Which is the party banning books? Which is the party banning books? Which is the party banning books? Hey, Smoothie. Which is the party banning books? Which is the party banning books?
Democratic fascists.
Which is the party banning books?
Come on.
Which is the party banning books?
Isn't that a component?
Okay, it is one party that wants to silence the other side. One party. Which is the party? Which is the party that is gerrymandering? So black voters and Latino voters do not get the same voice.
Denounce it.
Denounce what?
Democratic fascism.
What the fuck is democratic fascism? You know what? I'll denounce this. I denounce political violence. I denounce the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Bullet and putting it through Charlie Kirk's neck. That's fascism.
Are you okay?
Denounce it instead of justifying it on your live. Your account should be banned.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Silenced.
I just said I denounced the murder of Charlie Kirk. I am not going to absolve him of any of his sins, though. There's a I don't think Charlie Kirk should have been murdered, but he was a scumbag. I can say that. That's my freedom of speech. Do you want to silence me?
You can't debate honorably.
Do you want to silence me?
Through hate and hate speech.
Do you want to silence me? I just said this is my freedom of speech. He should not have been murdered, but he was a scumbag. Those two things that can be true at the same time, right?
He wasn't. He debated with honor.
Okay, I'm glad you feel that way. Hate. That's awesome. And I'm sorry for your loss. There you go. We're good?
No, I mean, he debated with honor, gave platforms, gave the microphone, asked to be challenged, and gave statistics and objectively justified his.
Arguably, he was challenged. He was challenged. He said that some gun deaths are worth it, right?
And you see, and you're like, I didn't justify it. I didn't justify it.
All I'm doing is using his words. All I'm doing is using his words. if his own words justify his own death, then that's on him. Tell him, hey, Charlie, you maybe shouldn't have said all that shit. I'm not justifying it. I've said multiple times, I don't think he should have been murdered. How many more times do I have to say it?
You are absolutely radicalized. And I don't know if people have ever told you that, but you are.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
No, the smoothest brains among us have told me that. Yes. The smoothest brains among us have told me that. That's correct.
And you've accomplished nothing else in your life. But you are absolutely radicalized.
What am I radicalized against? Tell me what it is.
Opposing views.
Opposing views. Okay. So, which type of views am I radicalized against? Which opposing views?
People that believe that the transgender community and that is a sin.
So when you want to take rights away from transgender people just for existing, yes, I am radicalized against those views.
And in the Bible, there's objective. It's a sin. They can coexist, and your trans people and your chicks with dicks and women's.
Excuse you. If you want to spread transphobia, then maybe you should start Turning Point USA too. Okay, we don't do transphobia on this live. All right. So when you talk about preaching hate, which is the side right now preaching hate? I'm saying I'm against fascists. You agreed. You said you're also against fascists. Are you against transphobes? No.
I'm glad I'm on the side of God. I'm proud I'm on the side of God.
God, the side of God. Which God?
Oh,
which God are we talking about?
Us Christians exist.
Which? Yeah, no. I know you do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Chris, there's two kinds of Christians though. There are Christians that are on a sports ball team like you, and then there's Christians that believe in the word in Christian, Christ. So Jesus Christ preached for healing the sick and feeding the poor. You guys take away food stamps from the poor. You guys take away funding from the sick.
I've heard your radicalized position.
Is anything I said wrong? Is anything I said incorrect? Jesus Christ preached healing the sick, feeding the poor.
Your pretzel Bible, like...
I will wait for you to answer that question. Is there a single thing that I said that is incorrect?
Your pretzel Bible...
Is there a single thing I said that is incorrect? What did Jesus Christ preach?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you're not answering my question. You're only allowed to talk when you answer my question. I'm sorry. If you want, build your own platform.
Just want to silence...
Yeah, no. Is there anything I said that was incorrect? I'm debating with honor. This is my fact. You debunk it.
The opposition. Silencing the opposition
is there anything I said that was incorrect?
And what do you do? What do you do? You press that mute button when someone confronts you with an opposition.
I don't know if you know this. If anyone that's watched my live for the past year, I have used the mute button maybe 20 times total in the past year. I only mute people when they don't answer my question. Okay?
You used it 20 times on me.
Yeah.
So don't even, your statistics are way off.
Okay, well, I meant on 20 guests, but yeah, I think maybe that's part of the problem.
Genuinely?
So how about, Silly Goose, you do me a favor and you just answer my question. Jesus Christ...
Because you're not willing to have a conversation.
Okay, after my question, you can ask a question. Let's do it one question at a time.
I'm not, because you muted me and you're not willing to have a conversation.
Why are you so angry? Why is there so much hate in your heart?
Fascist. I'm leaving. Bye.
Thank you for the sunglasses, Melly. Why is the right so angry all the time? I don't get it. Oh shit! I didn't even see Erica. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the requests.
Bruh.
Right?
I was gonna tell him to go blow his nose. Anywho, no, you know what I think is so funny? It's not funny. I just think it's extremely hypocritical. Saying something that's like what I think is funny is like a black thing. Anywho, what is like so hypocritical of them is this outrage and this saying that the left is promoting violence and so on and so forth. When for decades, if not centuries, the left has always asked for peace. We've asked for peace. We've asked for decent conversations. We've asked for people to come to the table to actually hash these things out. And then another thing is that what are they so mad for? Like, what are you so upset for that the actual perpetrator, the shooter that they apprehended and have arrested and charged is a cisgender white male who leans Republican?
I have the answer for that, Erica. They're upset because they prayed that it would be black person, a
Yep.
trans person, and undocumented immigrants, so that they could continue their hateful crusade against people that don't look like them. And
Exactly.
that's why they're so mad. They need a way. They need a way to continue their hate campaign. And Trump and Republicans need a way to continue to get votes. That's why when State Rep Hortman was murdered in a political assassination by a radical right wing assailant, Donald Trump didn't mention the radical right. But
No,
when this
he did
person is
not.
murdered by someone we don't even know yet, because he put out his video before they had the suspect, he blames the radical left. That alone, until one maggot, one Trump supporter, one Republican comes out and calls Trump out for doing that, I will not take a single criticism.
Nope. I
Period.
feel that. I agree with you. I honestly feel that. Also, I would like for people on a certain side of the aisles to stop asking, no, not to stop asking, to stop demanding that people show empathy, especially people in the marginalized communities that Charlie Kirk went against and spoke so virulently about. It was so much hate that came from that man. I went to that Guardian article that you had pulled up, Dan, and I was just reading his quotes, and I was like, you know, he was a piece of shit. He really was a hateful person, like literally just filled with hate, spread a message of hate. No one is celebrating his death, but do not ask people to mourn it. Do not demand that people mourn it. And I think you all are full of shit for trying to sanctify him. He was no fucking saint. And don't y'all dare ever, ever compare him to the likes of Martin Luther King Jr. Don't you dare compare him to Medgar Evers or to RFK or even to Malcolm X. You better not fucking do it.
I had to get off Facebook because of how many comparisons to MLK I was seeing.
What's wrong with these people?
Why come on the internet and talk about him then?
Is this not current events?
It's current event. If you'd like, we can talk about news that I would prefer to talk about. I want to talk about the political assassination that the right forgot about instantly, which was the assassination of Melissa Hortman, her husband, and her dog. I want to talk about the school shooting that happened not in Utah, where 3 teens were in critical condition. 1 has passed. Thank God 1 is in stable condition now. I want to talk about common sense gun legislation that would have potentially saved Charlie Kirk's life. That's what I want to talk about. But unfortunately, the right really wants to sanctify this man. So we got to use his words. Even that last guest said, you're trying to justify his death by using his words. If his words are justifying his death, then maybe that's a Charlie Kirk problem.
There you go. There you have it. And these I almost said a word. These people are going around saying, don't politicize this, yet they are politicizing the entire thing. They do not care. They're just using this as another vehicle of hate to spread their message of anti-blackness, racism, anti-transgender people, anti-abortion. Like they're just using it to spread their hate fully across the fucking world. Not even just in the United States, but across the world.
And you know what, Erica? We have direct proof of this. We're going to finish this press conference where the Utah governor says that he was praying that it was an undocumented immigrant that committed the crime. They want the excuse. Do you understand? I'm not going to say everyone, okay? Obviously, there are a lot of people that are upset about his death because they cared for him. But there are a lot of people on the right that were happy because it meant that they could justify their hateful views. And they were hoping and praying. With direct video evidence, praying.
You have to listen. No, he said, I was hoping that it was someone out of our state, not from Utah. Utah's next door neighbor to the west is California. We all know how they feel about California. Then he said, I was hoping that it was someone from out of the country. That was a xenophobic dog whistle if I've ever heard one. He wanted it to be a fucking immigrant or someone from the liberal left, the blue state of California, so that they can justify their fucking hate. But no, he's a fucking Mormon from Utah whose dad is a fucking police officer. And more than likely, he voted for Donald fucking Trump. I guarantee it.
I,
I said it on your
I'm going to be honest.
platform.
I don't think he voted. A bit.
You don't think he voted?
From what I've seen, I don't think he voted. He just, to me, he seems like one of these young white, potentially incel edgelords. That's what I've seen so far. But I'm gonna wait for the evidence. Unlike the president, by the way, who blamed the radical left without even having a suspect, I'm gonna wait for the evidence to see what their motives are.
Again, I was told that I cannot share certain things in public because people listen to me. So all I will say is that I do think, and these are my own words, these do not reflect the thoughts of Dan. These are my own thoughts, my own words. I think he did vote on the right in 2024. And I think over the months since, he became disillusioned. And here we are today. So
That's very possible.
yeah.
And we'll wait and see. I mean, I'm gonna use my platform more responsibly than the president of the United States, and I'm
Exactly.
sure. But yeah, Erica, did you want to hang out for a little bit longer, or
And I gotta take a nap.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right. Love you, bestie and Petty.
Love you too. Bye. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna quick poll. Okay, because we're a democracy here. There's 10 minutes left of the press conference where the governor admits the fact that he hoped that it was an undocumented immigrant rather than a white guy. There's 10 minutes left of the press conference. Should we watch the press conference? Should we finish the press conference, or should we take more guests? Okay, I'm gonna do a quick poll. Laughing emoji for more guests. Crying emoji for finish the press conference. Laughing emoji, more guests. Crying emoji, finish the press conference. Ooh, kind of tight. More guests. Okay. We gotta wait for the mail-in ballots, chat. $30 seconds. Laughing emoji for more guests. Crying emoji for finish the press conference. That was what I said, right? Blue wave. All right, I'm calling it. I'm stopping the count. Okay. We are watching it at 1.15 speed, so it'll be less than 10 minutes. But if you're in the guest box, I will get to you. Okay. We're just gonna finish watching this press conference so everyone has all the same information. And so maybe the Republicans can come up and say, man, it does seem like our party is the one that preaches hate. Okay.
Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that. That stuff happens. All of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That
What's one of us mean?
somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Another country. Really was hoping it was from another country, huh? Why would you hope for like a certain type of criminal? Why wouldn't your hope be to catch whoever it is? As a reminder, in the beginning of this press conference, he said he has never been angrier than today, which means he's angry about Charlie Kirk being killed than he was about Sandy Hook, angry about Charlie Kirk being killed than he was about Robb Elementary in Uvalde. Just so we're clear, to give you an idea of, he is angry because a white man like himself was killed. He was angry because it was white on white crime. Yes, Jazzy, he said, I've never been angrier than I am today. Or over the past 2 days. He did say that. Don't forget the school shooting that happened the same day that he wasn't mad about. Yeah, well, it was only 3 teenagers. Why would he be mad about that? Republicans don't even see teenagers as children. They're okay with child marriage. So
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
Mormons are also terrified of being perceived as violent. I honestly don't blame them, because this is what happened when when the last school shooter was allegedly trans. The trans community has seen an increase in hate crimes against them. The trans community are receiving death threats. So I don't blame Mormons for feeling this way. It's horrible that people in the United States want to take a person's actions and apply that to an entire group, right?
And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting, there was no looting, there were no cars set on fire, there was no violence. There were vigils.
Cohen, there is a difference between someone's religion, there's a difference between someone's race, there's a difference between someone's gender ideology, or sorry, not ideology, gender, my God, identity, religion, race, gender identity. These are like protected classes, right? And they're in most ways inalienable, right? You can't change that. You believe, but Republicans believe in certain things. They can be better people. They can choose not to be Republicans. They can choose not to vote against common sense gun legislation. They can choose not to vote for people that defund mental health care, but they don't, right? They don't.
And prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And
Texas Fire, we're going to talk about this right here. Dems want gun control, but sure do love to use them when it benefits them. So 2 things about that. Number 1, this person wasn't a Democrat. No evidence of them being a Democrat. Their parents are Republicans. They're a Mormon, and a large majority of Mormons are Republicans. You guys are assuming they're a Democrat because you really want to be able to preach your hate. That's number 1. Number 2, even if what you're saying is true, that means that you must be for common sense gun control, right? But you're not, so I don't know why you're bringing it up. This is like the argument of gerrymandering. Like, every Democrat voted to get rid of partisan gerrymandering. Republicans didn't want to. And so now you're like, well, Democrats shouldn't gerrymander. We should only be the ones that should be able to cheat. Only us should be able to commit school shootings. Is that your goal here with that statement? What's your statement here? I'm just so curious what you're trying to get at.
he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. He said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Governor, can you please speak to whether the suspect is speaking with authorities and his demeanor, Tyler Robinson, when he turned himself in?
I cannot speak to that.
Governor, how do you interpret his motivation? Governor, how do you interpret the engravings on Jason?
Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not. And by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this.
The clearest one, by the way. So he admits that Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Is that your followers are murderers and you are feeding this, devils? Okay, two things about that. Number one, this guy wasn't my follower. One of the bullets said, if you're reading this, you're gay. I would laugh my ass off. That's not something that I would ever preach on my live. We're not homophobic on my live. That's number one. Number two, so are you saying that someone's words can incite violence? Because if so, then the call is coming from inside the house. Your president, right? Your rapist, alleged rapist president, came out before we had a suspect and blamed the radical left. Your president, after a political killing by a crazed right-winger of Democratic politicians 2 months ago, said he didn't want to call Tim Walz because he's a nut job. Charlie Kirk said that it was possibly Tim Walz's fault. Not alleged. He's a sexual assaulter, but the word rapist is alleged because the jury documents check off that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. That it doesn't matter. To be clear, the difference between rapist and sexual abuser doesn't matter to them because they don't care. They don't care about women. They just care about Donald Trump. So. I predict the command for a 500K bomb will get changed now and be labeled offensive. I don't know what that means. The judge said it was the same thing. That's totally fair, y'all. I don't want to give Republicans a single, because what happens is when I say that he's a rapist, they come up and say, look at the jury document, and it's checked off that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll, but he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll. Right? I don't want to give them anything. I'm like, are you okay with him putting his fingers inside of someone against their will? I'll just start there. You know? Hey, fascist catch, and the arrows was a Hell Divers reference. I don't know what that is. Headliners game.
I think that speaks for itself.
Governor, so when you talk about this level of hatred that this person expressed at the dinner, beyond that, is there anything in your view that you've discovered that may have radicalized or changed him to prompt him to commit such a horrific act?
There's nothing more that we can share at this time.
Governor, you indicated.
Not alleged Katie Johnson. So I'm familiar with the Katie Johnson situation, but it is still alleged because it didn't go to trial. I'm not defending Trump. I just don't want to give MAGA any out. It's just he is an adjudicated sexual assaulter. He openly has said that the Epstein files are a hoax. Like, I don't want to give them any out. I don't want to give them, well, Katie Johnson withdrew her thing, or it's easier to talk about, like, there's so many bad things about this man. It's just easier to talk about the stuff that is undeniable. That's the way I feel about it.
That he had been communicating with a friend on Discord about the gun. Do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests.
Do you believe he acted alone?
Yes, but the investigation is ongoing.
Can you tell more about the family, what they had to say about the suspect?
How he came into custody of police and where he is right now with drugs?
Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him.
That's all, folks. Bugs. If you're talking about Bill Clinton, yeah, I do not condone Bill Clinton's actions. I think the power dynamic between him and Monica Lewinsky is not okay. I don't know if you thought that was like a gotcha. Like, oh, well, the guy who was president when you were 2 years old is also a sexual abuser. Are you still on YouTube? Am I not? Did I get banned on YouTube? No, I'm still on YouTube. Are the engravings confirmed? I don't know if they're confirmed, but it's been reported by multiple sources. So
into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. For those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southernmost, southwesternmost part of the state of Utah.
Is there anything else interesting in this thing? Because I want to bring up some guests. As a reminder, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, should be impeached because his actions when he tweeted out that the suspect was in custody is dangerous to the American public. Period. Point blank. The suspect was not in custody, and they arrested the wrong person. And if this white guy up here, hold on, was planning on shooting anybody else, he put those college students in danger by tweeting that out.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Berthie. Okay, guess what? Whites are worse with crime than non-whites. Our politicians shouldn't be making tweets, period, honestly. Yeah, honestly. Brain shuts off after the gotcha attempt. It will attempt to reboot with another one. Also because he is in no way qualified. Yeah, his qualifications for head of the FBI were that he wrote a children's book where Donald Trump was the king. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Really quickly, if y'all are here for the first time, there are a bunch of you in here. Y'all are here for the first time. We're live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Do you agree with my last statement, Dan? The statement was super vague. I do think that in terms of mass shootings, it does seem to be a white man problem. Okay, going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I think, I don't know, this whole issue with, being on a team and a side, I think is just, doesn't do us any progress as a country, as really as a people. I mean, you take all these incidents with all of these murders that happen, and it feels like every time that this occurs, it's always like everybody has to take a side, and it doesn't move us forward. It doesn't fix anything, like these issues are still happening and they're going to continue to happen, and it's happened in the past. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, have you thought about anything that could, besides, like gun control and stuff like that would make things move forward to stop this or to progress this or to make this happen any less?
When you say this, do you mean gun violence in general, or do you mean like political violence? Political
violence, and not so much as the, I mean, obviously the murders politically charged as well, but just the culture of us hating each other, right? Like, I feel like everybody's just so charged to fuel the message of, oh, this is hateful and I have to hate this because everybody else is going to agree with me. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't help us.
So yeah, if your question is specifically about political violence, because you said aside from gun control, how can we solve this problem? Like for in regards to guns, gun control is. So I'm going to answer the part of your question is about political violence, because obviously I've made my statement on gun control, universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage laws, and a assault weapons ban are the four things that I advocate for. Those are also the things that Brett Cross advocates for. Gun violence, an anti-gun violence advocate, and knows a lot more about this than I do. So now, in regards to political violence, I would say that our elected officials need to lead the way to reduce hateful rhetoric that could lead to something like this. So when 2 or 3 months ago, we had the murder and attempted murder of 2 state senators in Minnesota. It was a state senator, her husband and her dog were murdered, and then
Right.
another state senator and their spouse was attempted to be murdered. There wasn't a single Democrat politician that came out and blamed the radical right, even though the ideology of the killer was very anti-abortion, and we knew this. We knew that they saw abortion as a crime worthy of killing others for. Not a single Democratic politician did that. However, when we get the murder of the CEO of Turning Point USA and don't even have a suspect yet, the president of the United States comes out and blames the radical left. That is part of the problem that leads to this increasing culture of political violence. When we have the president saying that Mike Pence didn't do the right thing, regards to Mike Pence following the Constitution, and then his supporters are chanting "Hang Mike Pence," that is what's leading to part of the violence. Thank you, Malik. Oh, that's another one. There is a deadly mass casualty event in regards to a plane crash. We don't know the cause yet, and the president comes out and blames DEI. That is divisive rhetoric that splits this country up. When in times of tragedy, the president is supposed to bring the country together. So when Donald Trump, when an attempt was made on his life, Joe Biden didn't shit talk the right. He tried to bring the country together. So,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that you said, and it does have to come from leadership. It's just it's astounding that I don't know, this country just continues to pick the wrong people to put up in power. I don't know if they're buying what they're selling, so much so that the people that are selling them their bullshit are doing such a good job that I don't know. It's just really frustrating to think that we live in a society where like you said, like what we do follow, the people that we try to trust and that we should trust are actually harming us in the long term and in the long run. And it's a very harsh reality to take and accept. Just because I'm woeful of this country and I'm woeful of what it stands for, but it really is hard to see it on a day-to-day basis.
yeah, I get that, and like it sucks. I'm not gonna say that there isn't potentially valid rhetoric on my side of the aisle, but it's very clearly, in regards to the people we elect, it's very clearly coming from one side of the aisle here. And unfortunately, right now, and pretty much since 2015, that's been the right. Actually, maybe since 2008, that's been the right. When Donald Trump first came out on the political scene, his first act that got him public political attention was saying that the duly elected president, Barack Obama, was not a United States citizen based solely on the color of his skin. There's no evidence that he was not born in the United States. So I think that was the start of a massive cultural divide there, where there were so many people in this country that hated Barack Obama because of his identity rather than because of any of his policies. And then it's only gotten worse since then.
Do you think, is there any way to, because I've seen a bunch of lives, and this isn't the first time that I've seen yours. It's the first time that I've joined, so I appreciate you talking to me. But do you think like that there is any type of value to the discourse that we have with people that are really, really, on the other side, to try to, actually make concrete change? Because a few of the people I tuned in to, one of the guys would just kind of stormed off the call, and it just seems like there isn't an open dialogue discussion to begin with. Like they're not even wanting to accept a talk about, hey, what are the possibilities that in my view can be wrong.
Yeah, I always say, so it's a little bit different on a TikTok live because obviously there's like potentially hundreds or thousands of people that could be influenced by a conversation. But if you're having a conversation that is not like in front of an audience, a good way to know if it's worth your time is just to say, is there a possibility of you being wrong? And if the person says no, don't waste your time. That's kind of where I am on that.
Right. Well, Dan, I appreciate you letting me talk and having a conversation. And I gotta head out, man. But keep doing your thing, dude.
Appreciate you for coming up. Have a good one.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Aqua for my lips a little. Conservatives have to suffer under their destructive policies, and we're seeing that play out now. Did he ask if he can hold hands with MAGA? I don't know if that's exactly what he was asking. We are seeing that play out now. To be fair, yes. So conservatives' policies regarding no holds bar gun legislation, like just whoever can get a gun. I think Utah like literally recently made it so that you can open carry on campus. Conservative gun policy potentially led to Kirk's death. Conservative rhetoric regarding Joe Biden and how they demonized him so much that they didn't believe that the funds from the American Rescue Plan, right? They didn't believe that those funds should be used in Kirk County in Texas, potentially led to more children dying in that flood. Like, we don't talk about this enough. The American Rescue Plan allocated funds to that county that would have been used for an alert system, right? Like a not on your phone, like an active siren system that could have potentially saved more lives. And they had a town, like a meeting where like citizens come up and talk into the mic to the legislature. I don't remember what that's called, but they did one of those. And all of the citizens, because they believed the rhetoric from the right, town hall. Thank you. They believed the rhetoric from the right. They believed the lies that were spread. They all said that they do not want to use any of that money, the ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan money, because they read online that would mean Joe Biden would own your house. Just like when they spread lies about FEMA that said that you had to pay back the $650 or whatever, which was a lie. So people that needed the help didn't take the help. When you're spreading lies for to divide the country or for financial gain, that's a problem. 750, thank you. That's a problem. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Joe Biden owning your house. Wait, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'll pull up the clips. It's wild. It's wild. Watching that town hall. It was like the for anyone that's seen Parks and Recreation, it was literally like the Pawnee town hall meetings. Like, it was wild. And they all said, no, do not protect our kids because Joe Biden will take my house. Hey, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good. There's a lot to go through, but what I've really observed the past couple of days is a lot of people online, not specifically you, have kind of been bringing up like how hateful the right is, or how Charlie Kirk was a Zionist or a racist, or all the isms and the phobics. And I just don't think that's very healthy to, especially when you say like all of the right and all like of the 50% of the voting population are just hateful to the other half of the voting population. I mean, I don't think that's very productive.
Yeah, I would just say that I think the president should be held to a higher standard than people on TikTok. And if you're seeing people that are demonizing the entire right, then you should probably go to the top and call out the entire
what rights are you referring to?
What right? No, I said the president, before we even had a suspect, and which means we didn't have a motive, put out a video to all 370 million Americans stating that this was a problem with the radical left. So what I'll say is, I'm okay with that criticism. Like you said, it's not me, but other people. I'm okay with that criticism once Republicans call out the guy at the top. I will not be held to a higher standard than a president of the United States. Period. Point blank.
That's fair. I'm not a Trump loyalist. I'm not, I don't agree with everything that Trump says or does. I just think, this kind of rhetoric that is spread, like Charlie Kirk and all his followers hated gay people, hated trans people, think they should be jailed, or
they do hate trans people. That's like unequivocal, right?
How so?
You know what? How about this? You can hang out for a bit, and we'll just go through all his quotes, and you tell me if. before anyone crashes out, this is not me justifying the killing. I've already given you my position. I don't think anyone should be killed in that manner. I don't think people should be killed for their words. But I'm not mourning it. So this is my these are some of his quotes. Hold on one second. Okay, so on race, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Okay, and let me stop you on that one. That was about DEI,
Correct.
And that was directly in reference to whether someone's being hired directly as a cause of their race, or if it's directly cause of merit.
So DEI did not include an affirmative action component. This was a lie spread by Charlie Kirk and his ilk. So, like, what you're saying is, he wasn't saying that black people can't be qualified. He was saying that because of this law that I'm lying about, black people can't be qualified. Still bad, right?
So DEI didn't encourage people to hire based on race at all?
No. What DEI did was first of all, it's not even a law. Like, people talk about it like it's a law. They were just like policies, corporate policies, company policies.
Right.
But it encouraged opening the nomination pool to make it more accessible to people, including people with disabilities. People stop talking about the fact that it's called DEIA because the A, accessibility, doesn't fit the narrative. But the way Charlie Kirk talked about it was the way affirmative action was, which is that there are potentially hiring quotas. And whether you agree or not with affirmative action, the Supreme Court struck it down. DEI made it so that more qualified people would get picked because you're opening your application process to more communities, including veterans, including people with disabilities, and then also black people and trans people, which are who Charlie Kirk would always scapegoat, right? So DEIA is the opposite of an unqualified black pilot.
So forgive me, I'm not able to follow like every news storyline. Like, I've got my own life. So as someone who clearly knows this better than I do, how was it incentivized to encourage more qualified?
It wasn't incentivized. It was a policy. It was policies for that would help the company hire better people. It would help the company make the people that they do hire have be more efficient. Like I said, with accessibility. If you want to learn more about it, just Google is your friend. Okay, Google will help you more than I can. We're gonna go to the next. We're gonna go to the next quote. If you're a WNBA pot smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Let's talk about this one.
I'm sorry, could we go back to the last one? I just remembered what that was referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it's referring to?
Yeah, it's referring to Brittany Griner being released from a Russian prison, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that supposed to be like racist, or?
I guess my question is, what does her race or her sexual orientation have to do with his point? What should a black lesbian should her being a black lesbian come up at all in regards to this quote? If he wants to demonize her for smoking a certain thing, maybe okay. I disagree. I personally think all Americans should probably be freed from Russian prisons if they're there for unjust reasons, whether they're a veteran or not. But why bring up that she's a black lesbian? Are there not black lesbian United States Marines? That's why it's racist. That's why it's a hateful statement.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
This one's rough. Look at this one. Happening all the time in urban America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Is that a fact?
I mean, if it's referring to crime, I don't want to like be super hateful, but if it's referring to crime rates, then I guess, there's some truth to it.
So there's two things wrong with your statement. Number one, there's not a lot of truth to it because a lot of the crime rate statistics that are cited by people like Charlie Kirk are arrest statistics, which don't factor in the exoneration statistics. That's number one. But number two, Even if those statistics did line up, what this statement is saying is it's applying intentionality, stating that blacks, which by the way is not how we refer to black people, are specifically prowling to target white people. That's a racist statement. I'm sorry. Okay. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action?
I mean, again, I don't think I didn't.
You don't
really
have to comment
hear-
on everyone. We could go
Yeah,
through.
okay. I mean,
It's okay.
I'm not super well versed on DEI policy and stuff like that.
No,
So
that's
I'm
fine.
not going to comment.
This one's also pretty rough. If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. You had to steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Why did these black women not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously?
I mean, it's still in alignment with, I don't know if it's true or not, with policies that force hiring managers to hire based on hiring quotas for certain groups. That is what that goes
but
on.
you know that there's no hiring quota for the first lady, right? That's not a hiring quota.
I understand.
You know that there's no
It's
hiring
under the
quota for
same-
the Supreme Court, right? So
Right, I understand
you know that.
I'm saying it's under the same line of thinking.
And that line of thinking is what?
Is that there's a concerted effort to hire based on race or...
But if Michelle Obama and Ketanji Brown Jackson, at least, well, honestly, all four, but if those two, at least, you know, as a person with a functional prefrontal cortex, you know that those are not DEI hires. Why did he bring them up? What about them was the reason he brought them up in this statement? You know the reason.
Okay. I think he's just pushing that sentiment that people are
hateful
looking
sentiment,
for
right?
Diversity.
It's a hateful sentiment. When he's trying to apply it to all black people, even though that we know at least 2 out of these 4, we know had nothing to do with DEI. And frankly, if we did a touch more research, we know all 4 didn't. Then what he's spreading is either his racist sentiment or he wants other people's racist sentiments to come out, right?
Okay.
Now, we record all of it so that if we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. Kirk discussing his work in an undated clip that circulated on X. On gender, feminism, and reproductive rights. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. This is talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement. Why is he telling women to submit to their husbands?
It's kind of a religious thing.
Do you agree with that religious thing?
I mean, not exactly. I not in the wordage that he's using. I don't think reject feminine. I don't know. I don't know.
Let's talk about this one. So he's asked the question on Jubilee: if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, would he be okay with an abortion? And he said that the baby would be delivered.
That's one that I'm firmly against. I wouldn't be happy that he died over that, but I mean that is one that I'm against. Yes.
Okay. Sucks that you're not against any of the racist ones, but at least
I mean,
at least you're against rape. Thankfully.
I'm not. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. You just think I don't have time to go into all these quotes and know exactly what he's talking about with all of them. I've not seen all of them until just now, but for that, many people in the comments are calling me racist, and I just don't have. I have a full-time job.
Alex,
I don't have time to look at this
I
stuff.
get that. Okay. Just ignore the comments. Just you're talking to me. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that some of these quotes, if you don't know what DEIA is, then these quotes might not seem as bad, right? So that's why I specifically wanted to point out this quote where I don't care how busy your job is, Michelle Obama was not a DEI hire. Ketanji Brown Jackson was not a DEI hire. If you know this, then how do you justify this statement? How is this statement not racist?
I don't know. I've not seen that quote until now, and that's the thing.
Okay, now you've seen it. Do you think this statement is racist?
I would have to see more context, but maybe yes. I can live with that. Yeah.
You can live with the statement being racist. Okay.
Yeah, I can.
All right.
I can accept that. That might be racist. Yeah, I don't know.
What makes it racist? I'll explain it again, damn, in case you missed it. So, what he's implying here is that affirmative action leads to unqualified people getting jobs, right? That's what he implied with the black pilot statement. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified, right? But we know for a fact that Michelle Obama is not a DEI hire. She's the first lady. So why would he put Michelle Obama in this group? Why would he do that? The reason is because she's black. He wants to imply that black women are not qualified. That's the reason. And anyone who's looking at this intellectually honestly knows that's the reason.
Quote directly talking about Michelle Obama's position as vice president? Or not, excuse me, sorry, first lady.
How about, you know what? We'll watch the quote.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that.
Making fun
we
of
know.
a minor
we
misspeak,
know.
but okay.
It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
Okay, so yeah, so that is more context. You were trying to say that this comment was based off of her position as first lady, when it was actually her qualifications. That
Sheila Jackson Lee is not the first lady. There were 4 black women mentioned.
we were talking about Michelle Obama.
I brought up Michelle Obama. So something that I do on these lives, okay? I can spend 30 minutes going over all 4 of the women and how they were not low IQ or whatever. What did he call them? That they have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. I can spend 30 minutes doing that. The reason I'm pointing out Michelle Obama is that it saves the time. It saves the time. Instead of spending the 30 minutes pointing out.
I'm talking about Michelle Obama. It saves time.
Yeah, I'm saying it should speedrun you to know that this is racist, right? Because instead of going 30 minutes to show that all 4 of them are very qualified individuals, I'll just point out that Michelle Obama was never hired. She's the first lady. He brought her up because she's a black woman, right? And you should immediately be like, okay.
This quote is about affirmative action.
Why did he bring up Michelle Obama?
Because a big part of her qualifications was she went to Princeton, and that is heavily
the qualifications for what? Being Barack Obama's husband, wife?
Okay. Michelle Obama's been involved in other things other than being first lady.
What is he talking about when he brings this up?
Affirmative action.
Hey, Jaden.
Hey, 1 second. Okay. In what context would affirmative action have benefited Michelle Obama for the position of First Lady?
Okay, not directly First Lady. I'm not saying...
Well, then what?
I don't know what position he's talking about here exactly. I don't know if it's First Lady or a different committee that she might be on, or
she's
whatever
not.
It might be. She's not what?
On any committees. She never served in the Congress, never worked in government.
Right.
What's the argument here? She benefited from affirmative action to elevate her to what?
I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to here.
Is it possible, Alex, that he is grouping in Michelle Obama simply because she's a black woman?
Perhaps. I don't know.
What's the inference from this statement here? Is it not just because she's black?
It's because she directly received benefit from affirmative action, which
Okay,
is
what benefit?
she went to I think Princeton.
Okay, you can go to college and not receive affirmative action. Tell me how exactly she had some elevated or heightened level of push for her.
Okay. I did see this the other day. She had I think her master's thesis. I read part of it, and it just didn't seem like quite to the level of a master's thesis for Princeton. I feel like
I don't
there's
care.
Okay.
That's not proof of affirmative action.
Okay. And I don't know.
What was her thesis about?
I didn't read the whole thing. I read the first couple pages. So yeah.
You read the first few pages and decided unequivocally that she was not.
I didn't
up to
say
par.
unequivocally. I've already said this could be racist. I don't know.
Can I ask why you were reading Michelle Obama's?
It just came up on Twitter.
On Twitter, 4 pages of it.
I don't remember how many pages there were. See, this is the thing. I don't have time to go through all these quotes, and for that, people say, "Oh, you're racist. You're prejudiced. You're Alex KKK Coons." Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, you have made. Nobody said that, but you have
Someone
made
did
an
say that.
assertion here. You've made an assertion here based on some limited information that you yourself said that you don't have, and somehow we're to take your word for this that Kirk is correct in that she received some affirmative action, despite no evidence to suggest that.
I am not accepting what he said as truth and moral and just absolutely correct.
Well-
I'm saying this might be what he's talking about. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you also didn't really have a great defense. And by the way, I don't know why you're trying to defend these statements. You should just come at this from like an open perspective to understand.
And I think I am.
What is the reason
I'm
that he
saying-
brought up Brittany Griner being black and being lesbian? What is the reason? Are there not black lesbian Marines? Why would he bring that up?
I don't know. I've already said that could be racist. I don't know. I don't know his motive behind those 2 words there. I don't know.
Is
What
this
do you?
not in
Can you
part
give
of
an
a
example of
pattern?
what it could be? I'm sorry, Jaden. Go ahead.
Is this not a part of a pattern that he has had in discussions about black people and their perceived incompetence? Does this not, like in a vacuum, demonstrate his intentions and his beliefs?
I don't know. I don't.
So he's called the Civil Rights Act the, quote, worst mistake of our times.
Okay. And he it might be bad. He directly did say, though, that he wasn't referring to, policies that would, in that act, that prevented people from kicking someone out of their store just because of their race or their gender or whatever. He did say that directly. Like, he didn't say, like, he said that was a great part about it. I forgot what.
Then
further
what
reason.
is the worst mistake?
I don't know. I forgot what he said after that, but I don't know.
Okay. He falsely and repeatedly insisted that George Floyd's death was caused from an overdose, despite 2 independent toxicologist reports that suggested it was asphyxiation.
Okay.
Okay. Is
So
this
what-
not a pattern of behavior from him?
Was there an autopsy that said he did die of an overdose that it at least
No.
contributed?
Nope. Not a single one.
Well, I do believe incorrectly. People jumped to the conclusion that the first toxicology report, which talked about there being something in his system, they assumed that meant it was an overdose, and then the final report that showed what he died from the knee on his neck, was ignored. Because I think I know what he's talking about. That's that.
Describe black people as prowling blacks targeting white people for fun.
And also said that's a fact.
Yes. He said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Yeah, I don't want to further go over these. We've already been over these.
Why not?
Because we already talked about them in depth.
Okay, and what have you concluded? Is this not the sentiments of a racist person who thinks lowly of black Americans?
So again, he was talking about DEI policy, which I've not really heard much
No, he
detail
wasn't.
about how.
He was talking about black pilots. He doesn't know that they received any form of DEI or affirmative action. What he'll do is categorize them, any person in a position of power, be it an elected position or what have you, as being underqualified and not having the necessary brain capacity to do the job.
Right, because
he'd probably think I was a DEI hire.
Okay, he didn't say that he would know that they didn't have.
That's the problem, is that he doesn't know.
Right, but DEI policy is apparently, I guess, encouraging. I don't know. I'm
what is it
tired of these
encouraging,
comments
Alex?
about that people are making. It's kind of making me a little bit
Are you
nervous.
distracted? You can swipe.
No, I will. Okay,
I
this is
am
what I'll do.
nervous.
Because Jaden, I don't know if you saw the beginning of this conversation. Alex, after this conversation, are you going to look into DEIA to see that it's not what Charlie Kirk has implied it is, and that in fact it leads to more qualified candidates because it broadens the hiring process? Are you going to look into DEIA, or are you just going to?
I will look into it.
Okay.
I've not really known any detail about it directly.
Okay.
Only what I've heard from other people.
So, you don't know about DEIA. I will grant you a day to look it up. Can you at least admit that this, bringing up her race and sexual orientation, it was irrelevant to his statement regarding the Marines? Can you at least admit that saying that prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people, and it's a fact, is a racist statement? And can you at least admit that including any black woman in some kind of position of power in a statement, regardless of if DEIA is what you think it is or not, is trying to point out that black women are somehow unqualified or do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously? Can you at least say that these statements were racist?
Yeah, I can say that, yeah.
We got there.
Was that so hard? I will say that doesn't mean that everyone that followed Charlie Kirk or listened to him was racist and hated everyone, and that they are your enemy, that you should.
Why would a non-racist follow and ascribe to that rhetoric?
Just because he says one thing doesn't mean that everyone hears it.
It's not one thing, though. We're looking at the things he says, and this is a part of a regular conversation. Hell, up to the moment he died, he was spewing lies about trans people.
Sure. And was dog whistling about the black community when he was saying that, are we including gang violence? That's something that he would constantly bring up when he talks about Chicago, to try to downplay the fact that most mass shooters are white, or to try to downplay the increase in violent crime under Trump and the decrease under Biden or whatever. He always will bring up, well, gang violence doesn't count, or well, Chicago has the highest violence, and they're blah blah blah. There's very strict gun laws there, right?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I will look into some of this stuff for you, and yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Did you want to go over the rest of the quotes?
No, honestly, I don't like I can't help but see the things that people are saying about me. I don't think that's fair, and it's I think it's time I get off.
All right.
All
right, Dan. Thanks for having me up. I just caught that conversation and wanted to lay into that, but
yeah, no worries. You're welcome to stay up for anything else if you'd like.
I might pop back in. I don't know.
Okay.
But, yeah, thanks for having me. Take care.
Of course. Thank you. Everybody, make sure to follow Jaden before he drops.
And follow Dan.
So stop defending is so easy. White men so sensitive, but it's okay for him to love Charlie and what he. Yeah, I mean, I wanna give that guest the benefit of the doubt. What's the article? This is from The Guardian, and it lists all his greatest hits. Charlie Kirk, in his own words, prowling blacks and the Great Replacement strategy. Sorry, so whenever I see the word blacks rather than black Americans, like I say it the way that they say it. So like when I go like prowling blacks, like I'm emphasizing it because that's like how they say it. I guess I probably shouldn't do that. But the fact that he's calling black people blacks in the 2020s is fucking wild. Okay. We're gonna go to the next guest. No, keep doing it. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't do that. Okay, I'm getting mixed. It is dehumanizing. It's the same as when they call undocumented immigrants illegals. Like when you call a group of people by an adjective instead of a noun, That's dehumanizing, right? So calling them blacks or calling undocumented migrants or whatever illegals. Like I don't go as far. There's a lot of creators that don't let them call them illegal immigrants. I let illegal immigrants slide because even though like no person can be illegal, at least you're including a noun. But when they say illegals, that fucking drives me up a wall. Illegals, blacks, like calling people by an adjective is fucking wild to me. They do it with trans nowadays too. There was a bunch of people in the comments earlier saying that the shooter is a trans. Yeah, Fonzie. Yeah, exactly. By the way, I don't think there's any evidence that the shooter is trans. Even if they were, my calls for common sense gun legislation have not changed and will not change. Okay, so we're gonna really quick finish up these quotes. So yes, he said his 10-year-old rape victim daughter would have to deliver the baby. We need to have a Nuremberg style trial for every gender affirming clinic doctor. We need it immediately. You don't think that this is demonizing people? Is this article in Discord? It can be. Okay. I'm gonna put it in news, I guess. Okay, the article is officially in Discord. Okay, on gun violence, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. I don't agree with what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk agrees with what happened to Charlie Kirk. It sucks, but it is what it is. Event organized by TPUSA Faith, the religious arm of Kirk's. Where he said that quote. The bullet casing that read "Hey fascist catch" is a phrase from Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is getting pulled into the Charlie Kirk assassination. What is this game about? How about car crash deaths? Do you support private owning of cars? I actually agree with Charlie on this point. We should regulate guns like we regulate cars. 100% agree. But if you want my honest answer, the difference is that cars, the deaths from cars are usually because of accidents, and the cars are not made to kill people. They're made to get from point A to point B. Guns are made to kill people. So when people get shot and die, that's the intended purpose. So it's kind of different. They're not analogous. But hey, if the right wants to push for regulating guns like they regulate cars, I'm all for it. I am all for it. Okay, where were we? America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. We should be unafraid to do that. Aside from this being a lie, how is this not the words of a white supremacist? The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. Bunch of stuff wrong with this. So number one, anyone that wants to say, Dan, you're calling out all Republicans, look in the mirror, right? Look in the fucking mirror. That's number one. Number two, why is America becoming less white equating to the collapse of America? Can we explain that? What is it about whiteness that makes America great? He was a stochastic terrorist. Period. Blockwork. Wait. Oh, this guy said that he blamed me for Charlie Kirk's death. Wait, come up. Are you requesting? Come up. Let's talk about it. I just want a single Republican to come up and defend this quote in particular. How is the collapse of America synonymous with America becoming less white? I will wait. Yeah.
Dan, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, so I have to be honest with you. Me requesting was slightly disingenuous because I'm not conservative, but I can kind of defend that claim. So do with that what you want. If I don't fit your market, you can look elsewhere.
I mean, I guess you can defend the claim. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I don't agree with America being less white as synonymous with the collapse of America. That's kind of dumb. That being said, I will say it changes America. I think it would change our values and stuff like that. And it's really up to everybody whether they decide that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I think it would change our values, definitely.
What values?
You're breaking up. I'm not getting anything.
What values?
Oh, sure. So, I mean, just for instance, at least historically speaking, anyways, I'm not going to speak about today, but historically, we've leaned Christian on most of our laws and things like that. And I think that if America wasn't majority white, then that could potentially look different. Obviously, it depends on who the people are that are. It depends on the religion and cultures of the group that we're talking about is replacing white people as the majority in America. But ultimately, I think at the end of the day, if you were to quote unquote replace white people with X ethnic background, you change the values of the country. Whether that's good or bad is up to speculation.
Can you explain how they're being replaced?
No. I'm not claiming that white people are being replaced. I'm not claiming that. I'm simply saying that if that is what he's saying, then this will be the end result of that.
So I was under the impression
I'm not agreeing with him that white people are being replaced.
I was under the impression that American values included like freedom of and from religion, like that. That's a big one for us. It's the first. It's right in the beginning of the Constitution that there's no established religion. So why would immigrants with different religions change the values? Not to mention the fact that most immigrants are Christians. But
I'm sorry, most Democrats are what?
Most immigrants are Christians. But that again, I don't understand why it would change the values if the values of the United States are religious freedom.
Right. So the separation of church and state and all that is obviously important. That being said, it's not a secret that our laws were founded on Christian morals. Where they stand today is up for debate. But in the very beginning, this all started from Christian values.
Based on what? Give me an example.
I mean, God is referenced alone. Just that alone. God is referenced throughout all kinds of different important documents.
Throughout the Constitution?
Sure, yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong about that. So I hope now that you know that God is not in the Constitution, now you can change that whole opinion.
Is God referenced in the Constitution? The Constitution never says a word about God-given rights or anything like that.
No, God is not mentioned in the U.S. Constitution. You want to read the whole Constitution? And then at the end say, I take all this back. I was falling down a white supremacist rabbit hole? Or like, what do you want to do here?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where did that come from?
I'm not calling you white supremacist, but I'm not, listen, just so we're clear, I'm not calling you white supremacist. But given that you were under the impression that the culture is changing due to immigrants because you think that it's founded on white Christian values or Christian values, that is the white supremacist rabbit hole. And I'm trying to pull you out of the pipeline right now. I'm trying to help you here. So don't take offense. I'm doing you a favor by pointing this out.
Okay, Declaration of Independence with the Constitution. Either way, that's an important U.S. document. I didn't say it was in the Constitution. I said it was in important U.S. documents. I didn't narrow down.
The Constitution is our founding document.
That
You said
wasn't for you, Dan. That was for...
What?
Right. I was responding to one of your commenters. That
okay.
wasn't necessarily
Yeah.
aimed at
So
you.
you
But
said
now that you're entertaining it.
Yeah, really quick. You said that the country was founded on Christian values. The Constitution is our founding document. You claimed that God was in the Constitution. Not.
No, sir. No, sir. I did not say. So yes, the Constitution is our founding document, and if that's how we're gonna decide who's taking the W on this one, then all right. But what I actually said was that it is in our important U.S. documents.
You said that after I proved that it wasn't in the Constitution.
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir. I said that before. I said that previous.
All right, no worries. We're gonna roll the tapes.
Please do. And if I'm caught choking on my words, then I'll eat it.
No. I don't want you to say that you misspoke. I want you to say that I am trying to find a way for me to be right, even though I'm wrong. Because that's what's happening here. You're saying, well, not the Constitution, but other important documents.
No, listen, I didn't move a goalpost like you're claiming. Just roll back the tape like you're saying, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Just roll back the tape like you're saying, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All that is obviously important. That being said, it's not a secret that our laws were founded on Christian morals. Where they stand today is up for debate, but in the very beginning, this all started from Christian values.
Based on what? Give me an example.
I mean, God is referenced alone. Just that alone. God is referenced throughout all kinds of different important documents.
Throughout the
in US.
Constitution?
Sure. Yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong about that.
Okay. Pause. All
You
right.
said sure, yeah.
All right. I mean, you suggested the Constitution, and so I agreed with it, but I didn't say just the Constitution. I said important U.S. documents. Do you expect me to feel nailed down on that one? Well, I'm sure you have the ability to nail me down on all kinds of other shit. I'd rather move on to that because I don't feel like this is holding any weight, really.
Wait. Okay. I want to point something out. This might not be the case with everybody on TikTok, okay? I'm not doing this for the sake of the debate. I'm not trying to get W's or L's or whatever it might be. I just want to point out when you're wrong about something. I want to see either some kind of change or some kind of acceptance. I don't like doing pivots without concessions, right? So if your claim, you came up and said, I'm not a conservative, but I understand this quote, right? You were saying that the values of this country change with more non-white immigrants based on their religion.
With the major demographic of the U.S. changing, it doesn't matter if it's Muslims that are.
I understand.
In this scenario or any other thing. I always feel like I'm being backed into a TikTok lives. So when you say things, I feel like I have to address them.
I asked you which values, right? I asked you which values, and you said Christian values. Because the country was founded on, you said it's no secret the country was founded on Christian values. Apparently, it is a secret because they hid it from the Constitution. They secretly wanted it to be Christian values, right? So what?
But I didn't just say the Constitution. I said other important documents.
Oh, and that doesn't matter
You
because our
suggested-
founding document is the Constitution, right?
The Constitution is one of many founding documents.
Oh, name another one.
I would argue that today America is still being founded. There's always changes being made to our laws. Nothing is ever set in stone.
So words don't mean anything to you. America is still being founded
really?
250 years later. Then I don't know how else we have this conversation.
America's always changing. That's all I'm trying to say.
That's true. I agree. America is always changing. All right, so we agree.
Let's just drop that. We can forget about that part and roll back to what you were talking about. What you were talking about before. Because when I say America is always being founded, I'm not using the right words. What I should say instead is that America is always changing. But that's I don't know. I don't think that's really
all right.
here.
So if America's always changing, right? That means hold on 1 second. If America's always changing, that means that you disagree with this quote, yeah?
Party hates
right? Because when he's saying that America is collapsing because it's becoming less white, you disagree, right?
Sure. Yeah. I don't see that that white people's fluctuation of the country, if you want to say, is not synonymous with collapse.
Okay. You came up to defend this quote, so now you disagree with it. Are we good? Can I go on to the next guest, or like what's the?
Yeah, I'm good.
Do you agree that the country was not founded on Christian values?
I do not agree with that. No, I think the country was founded on Christian values. Yeah.
And that's just based on your vibes and feelings, right?
No, dude, it's based on other important documents to the U.S. God is referenced in documents that the U.S. takes seriously. Maybe not the Constitution, but other important documents, sure. Look up the Bill of Rights. Let's do that. How about the Bill of Rights?
The Bill of Rights is the Constitution, bro. The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments. So I don't really know why you bring that up. But yeah, if you want to talk about important documents, the Treaty of Tripoli literally says that there is no established religion. The government is in no sense founded on the Christian religion. This is in the Treaty of Tripoli. Was this just not an important document?
There should be a separation of church and state. We should not be one of these big Mecca religious countries. I'm not implying that we should. The only thing that I'm implying is that a lot of our laws are trickle down from Christian morals.
Like
That's
what?
all I'm trying to imply. Bro, what?
Like what?
Dude, oh my God. Is this, like, we really have to go back and forth on
We need
this?
yes. When you make a bold claim, you're saying that the laws of the United States are based on Christian values. You make a bold claim. Yes, we need evidence here. Unfortunately, on this live, we live our lives based on evidence, not vibes and feelings. So, can you name some of them?
We'll have to redo this then. If I'm gonna go and like have to look at every document like that, I'll be back in a few.
So wait, you have a strong opinion, like America was founded on Christian values, and you don't have a single example? Why do you have a strong opinion? You could just say I don't know. Okay, guess that's fine. Just leave. That's cool too. All right. I guess we'll go to the next guest. Oh wait, we were. I just realized we were finishing the quotes first. All right, we're gonna finish the quotes and then we're gonna go to the next guest. Okay. The Great Replacement Strategy, which is well underway every single day at our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different. Yeah, so Great Replacement theory is pretty much like the mantra of white supremacy in this country. I don't know how else you can interpret this. This was not a long time ago. He has not changed his position. The idea that undocumented immigrants are being brought here intentionally to replace white Americans. America has freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank. Large, dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America. How is Dearborn, Michigan a threat to America? A lot of Muslim people there. How are they a threat to America exactly? How is this anything other than spreading hate, spreading Islamophobia? We've been warning about the rise of Islam on the show to great amount of backlash. We don't care. That's what we do here. And we said that Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. So, here's the issue with this. The issue with this is that if I were to ask a Charlie Kirk fan or Charlie Kirk himself what he means by this, he would likely point out things in the Quran or the Hadith that would be potentially against the law here. But then if I point out things that are in the Bible that are against the law, I would not get the same energy from Charlie Kirk. I would not get the same energy. Yeah, it is a Guardian article. I would not get the same energy about Christian morals or values, because the reality is the values in the Bible are not compatible with Western civilization. The Bible had rules for how to keep your slaves, right? That is not compatible with Western civilization. But why am I not preaching against Christianity? Because we have freedom of religion in this country. But he's preaching against Islam because he wants to spread hate. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. I don't even know what he means by this. Muslims are what, 2% of the country? Let's go to his post. Here we go. Charlie Kirk says the left will use Islam to bring down America. The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism and Marxism, combining the Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. A little weird, if you ask me. And finally, there is no separation of church and state. It's a fabrication. It's a fiction. It's not in the Constitution. It's made up by secular humanists. So, it sounds like Charlie Kirk isn't compatible with Western civilization. Based on his words, at least. Right? Based on his words. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. I do not agree with what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk agrees with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Oh, he's live.
Well, we would all be debating too. So your emails that you would make, he would drop into the chat, and it would be
His last post on social media, by the way, if we want things to change, it is 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zarutska, because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her. Okay. That was the last thing he posted. What's untrue about that? Well, so first of all, if you actually dive deep, I think Simple Black Theory did it. If you dive deep into why this person was free, it is not even close to what he's explaining. But I'm more pointing out the hypocrisy of the right. He's literally saying we need to politicize this, politicize the murder, and suddenly they care about Ukrainians. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the reason that they want to politicize it. Okay. The reason is that it was a white woman killed by a black man. That's the reason they want to politicize it.
You talk about
And you can even see that with people, other big political commentators on the right. Hold on, Ian Miles, this fucking guy. 1.2 million followers. Let me see if I can find it. Might have deleted it. He tweeted after Charlie died, he tweeted that this isn't the first shot of the Civil War, it's the second shot of the Civil War. The first shot was I don't know how to pronounce her name, but Urina, like literally inciting violence. Does he think that the left claimed the murder? I can find it. Probably deleted it. This guy tweets way too much. Elon Musk, we must fight or die. I am the father of 3 girls. This sickens me more than anything else I could witness, and it's a wake-up call. Fighting the woke mind virus is the destiny of men of our generation. Like, bro, where was this energy for school shootings where children are being killed? Like, oh my God, people saw Charlie Kirk be killed. That's horrible. Yes. You know what is also really horrible, and you guys don't give a flying fuck about? When children are killed because of political ideology. Right? Charlie Kirk literally said, right here, let's go back. What was the quote? We need to politicize the murder of Irina Zarutska. We need to politicize this murder because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her. But then they say for the left, after a school shooting that leaves dozens of children, school children, right? Mutilated. How dare you politicize their deaths? How dare you want to change anything? No. In fact, in the state of Texas, we're going to loosen gun regulations. We want more children to die. Yeah, you guys can miss me with the moral high ground on that forever. Forever. And let's not forget the famous quote that everyone's talking about. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have our Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. So for the right, it's okay when those gun deaths are school-aged children, but it's not okay when their gun deaths are Charlie Kirk. I'm going to say this a million times over the next few weeks. I do not agree with what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk agrees with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Go to our next guest. The left is lucky Charlie shooter wasn't a black trans woman with a septum ring. Humanity is lucky that that wasn't the case. Because when the shooter is a white man, not a word from the right. But if the shooter, God forbid, the shooter is black or trans, they'll be calling for a civil war. Yeah, the whole country is lucky in that case. As a reminder, by the way, the right wanted that to be the case. Most of them don't give a flying fuck about Charlie. They wanted this to be the start of their civil war. The governor of Utah literally admitted in the press conference that he was praying that it was somebody from a foreign country. The left out here taking people out. Who is the left, big dog? This is a cis straight white guy from Utah with a conservative family. Who is the left? Dan, did you see the riots last night? I didn't. Did you listen to the audio of what he was speaking on as he was killed? Listen, please. I heard it. Yeah. The lib response to this will sink the DNC. You know what the lib response is? I don't know if you noticed this. Every single Democratic politician came out and denounced political violence. And when the Democratic lawmakers two and a half months ago were killed by a far-right nut job, not only did the people on the left denounce political violence then as well, but they didn't single out the right. But when Donald Trump, the king of the right, doesn't even have a suspect, let alone a motive, comes out and blames the radical left. No, miss me with that. I'm sorry. Our politicians are responsible. Okay, they did not demonize the right when the right killed Democratic lawmakers, but the right is demonizing the left when we don't even have a suspect. Miss me with that forever. I'm sorry. You guys are hypocrites. You're hypocrites, and the reason you're hypocrites is because your ideology is not functional with cognitive. With proper cognitive thought, okay, your development, your cognitive dissonance is showing. It's showing on the outside. Dan is speaking in 2x speed. I got so much to say. Simple minds are easy to manipulate. Yeah, I mean, the right wanted this. They were like, oh, yes, perfect. Because I just want to remind everybody. Ever since Ronald fucking Reagan, what's his middle name? Fucking, right? Ronald fucking Reagan, the policy of the right has been extract as much value from the top 1% and transfer it to extract the opposite. Extract as much value from the bottom 90% and transfer it to the top 1% as fast as possible. Everything else is to get votes. Because they know that if they run on just that policy, they'd only get 1% of the votes. So what is it? Okay, we gotta make up a new thing. We can't talk about segregation anymore because Barry Goldwater lost that election. America is not okay with us actively campaigning on racism, so we have to make up a new thing. You know what they did? Abortion. They made abortion this great moral evil, even though that prior to that, evangelical Christians had never spoken about abortion. They made abortion this great evil so that they can win back all the racist Southerner votes, right? And then now that Roe v. Wade is overturned, they need a new evil. Shit. Oh well, we already tried to make gay people the evil by saying that gay marriage would lead to people marrying their dogs, but that didn't happen. Trans people, perfect, trans people. And so they start demonizing trans people. $215 million to demonize 1% of the population. Immigrants. Oh, perfect. Okay, there's an invasion at the border. The border's open, right? I asked them, what do you mean by open border? It's open. Don't you see? What policies led to an open border? It's open. Joe Biden opened the border. Okay, great. Demonizing immigrants. And you see this. The Utah governor admitted it. He said, I was praying for the past 33 hours. He didn't say I was praying. He didn't say I was praying to find the shooter. He said, I was praying that the shooter was not one of us. I was praying they were from another country. Because they know that if they ran on their policies, they would never win an election ever again in this country. Their policies make our food less safe, make our children less safe, make our streets less safe, and only give tax cuts to the top 1%. That's their policies. They can't run on that. So they need to add the dressing to get people's votes. So they add fear. Fear is such an easy motivator. Oh my God, did he really openly say that? Yeah, well, I will bring that up, everybody. Hold up.
There was no writing. Somebody came from another country.
There it is.
All of us have an opportunity right now to do something different.
This is the governor of Utah, right? First of all, I don't remember what the timestamp was, but he said that he had never been angrier than he was about this. So he was angry about Charlie Kirk being killed than he was about the Sandy Hook shooting, about the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde. He was angry about Charlie Kirk than all of those school-age children. Republicans don't care about kids, just so we're clear. But this is the next quote.
I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way.
Why was he praying for that? You sitting here taking words and phrases to push your propaganda is so pathetic. Just tell me one thing I've been wrong about. One thing I've lied about, right? It's only propaganda if it's false, right? What did I lie about? Oh, wait. He's praying for things to fit his narrative. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. And for those that are asking about the quote about he's never been angrier than today, I'm going to play the first part of the interview while I use the restroom, okay? He literally admits that he's angry about Charlie Kirk being killed than he was about 9/11, than he was about Sandy Hook, than he was about Robb Elementary. Just so we're clear.
Information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consisted of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who's been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I'll now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Cash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners.
Did I miss the part where he says that he's never been angrier than today?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and senior investigators at Utah law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk, but it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation.
Thank you.
Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I.
Thank you. Whoever said look at the transcript, God bless you. I will use that from now on. Okay. Okay, so 9/11, Sandy Hook, Robb Elementary.
Over the last 48 hours, I've been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those.
Okay. Of course, Amber, thank you. I got selective rage. I know. All right, so what is this?
Kirk would not want the message to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge. Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter
That's
box.
where to go.
But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged. Okay. You know, there are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes where they do mail-in voting all over the place, which is rigged. Anytime.
Yeah, we rigged it when Donald Trump was president, didn't rig it when Biden was president. Totally salient. Yep.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called.
Okay, so that was yesterday. Now let's look at today. We know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus. We will try to do the same. Wait, I thought Democrats owned it. Wait, why aren't you guys owning it now? Nancy, so when you thought it was a black trans immigrant, it was okay to have Democrats own it. But now that it's a white guy, well, we must pray for some evil. How about you guys own the violence? When Donald Trump blames the radical left before even having a suspect, I need you guys to own that. When Donald Trump almost has his vice president hung with his words, his lies, saying that Donald Trump, that Mike Pence is not doing his duty and failed the nation, when all Mike Pence was doing was following the Constitution, and that leads to his supporters cheering, hang Mike Pence, right? When the right leads to violence, nothing, not a peep. When calling abortion worse than the Holocaust is stated by someone like Charlie Kirk, and then we have a right-wing terrorist.
I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you for the money gun, Squash. When a right-wing terrorist kills Democratic lawmakers, nothing. You know what? This is owned by Republicans. Didn't come out of my mouth. Didn't come out of the mouths of Democratic lawmakers. Why? Why is it that Nancy Mace, when someone you think is on the left is bad, it's all the Democrats. When the right does something wrong, well, you have to pray to God. Nancy Mace, you are part of the problem. You are part of the problem. I will not accept a single piece of criticism from someone on the right until they call out Donald Trump for his reckless, dangerous statement that the radical left was the reason for this before they even had a suspect. Go on to the next guest. Shut up? No, you shut up. Would they say the same if it was a black person who did it? Probably not. I guarantee you Nancy Mace would not have said the same thing. I guarantee it.
Radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
There it is. Ah! How are you guys not crashing out about this? How are you guys? If you voted for Trump, radicals on the right, I don't care about this. Radicals on the left, this is my raw reaction. This is my raw. But when I'm not on live and I watch Donald Trump say bullshit like this is how I actually feel. Holy fucking shit! Just as a reminder, plane crash, a first in 40 years, massive plane crash, mass casualty event. The president's supposed to come out and bring the country together. He immediately blames a potentially black pilot. He says this must be DEI. Before we have a suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting, he comes out and talks to 370 million Americans that says it's the radical left. His words almost got the vice president of the United States hung. And now we see, it comes out that it's not a radical leftist all of a sudden. It's not a radical leftist, and this is what he says. This is what I'm going to play it again. I'm going to keep fucking playing it until I get one person to come up and say, I voted for Trump, and I disavow this.
Radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone. They want...
Just for the love of God, what does transgender for everyone mean? I need a Trump translator. What is transgender for everyone? I just need it, okay? So 2.5 months ago, we had a person that killed Democratic lawmakers, and it was a right-wing nut job. And you know what Democratic politicians did? They didn't come out and blame the right. But then, when before we even have the facts, he comes out and blames the left. And now that we have the facts, that is not a left-wing radical. I don't care. He says, I don't care. That's it. This is the kill shot. That's a figure of speech before you guys say I'm stoking violence. This is it. If you support Donald Trump at this point, there is nothing. You are not redeemable. You are either racist, misogynistic, Nazi, or child molester. There's only those four. No one else can exist and support what he just said. Oh my God, bro. I wish we had transgender for everyone. We need less men. The white men are having an issue right now. Okay? You guys need something. What about right-wing violence? I don't care. From the President of the United States. The person who's supposed to bring the country together, I don't care. Friendly reminder, 51 Republican senators voted against the bill. The bill just said, release the Epstein files, redact the victims' names. That's it. That's 51 child molester protectors. There's nothing about that bill. There's no money to Ukraine. It is just release the Epstein files, redact the victims' names. Every single non-child molester would have voted on that bill. Every single one. Everyone in America that doesn't molest children should want that bill to go through.
Hey, Dan. So I'm a friendly, so I'm not going to waste too much of your time. I just wanted to get two things out. First, to Silly Goose, wherever he honked off to, yeah, he debated with honor unless your name was Dean Withers, and then he ran like a little bitch. But also, I wanted to point out that appreciating the... how do I say this? Appreciating the coincidence, the
irony is the word
dark,
you're looking
gross
for.
poetry. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
Basically, appreciating the irony and having fun with that is not the same thing as being happy he's gone. Though I'm a bad person and I feel both ways about it. So you can drop me. I just wanted to get that out. Thanks, man. You're awesome.
For anyone that is just tuning in, that doesn't know, just want to refresh for everybody. My take on the murder of the Turning Point USA CEO is that I don't agree with what happened to him, but based on his words, he agreed with what happened to him. I am not going to celebrate his death, but I'm not going to criticize anyone that does. That's my feeling on the situation. Next guest. Thank you, Itzona, for the sub. Heavy breathing. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. For those that don't know why I'm heavy breathing and why the viewership broke 1,000 for just like a few seconds, I'll just play it again. I'll play it again. Everyone needs to see this. Everyone that is an American citizen needs to see this.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Thank you, Gav.
Radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders.
Transgender for everyone, folks. That's what it is. Okay, so he starts with dividing the nation, and then he ends with a word salad, demonizing small portions of the population again. 2.5 months ago, Democratic lawmakers were murdered.
I'm peeing. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing.
Everybody give older millennial a second.
I can't stop peeing. I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
2.5 months ago, Melissa Hortman, which is a Democratic lawmaker, her husband and her dog were all murdered because of political ideology. It was a political assassination. And Democratic lawmakers, AOC, Barack Obama, you name them, whichever one of your most hated Democratic lawmakers, all came out and denounced the violence and did not blame the right. But then when we see a situation with Charlie Kirk being murdered and what looks like a political assassination, and there's no suspect, Donald Trump, the most powerful person on earth, the president of the United States, comes out and blames the radical left with no evidence to show otherwise. And now that it comes out that it's not the radical left, rather than being a man and saying that I was wrong or I misspoke or I spoke too soon, rather than anything like that, he doubles down and says, oh, violence on the right, people that died because of right-wing ideology, I don't care. He's laying it out so clearly. I don't care about crime or violence if it's from the right. Period. When we know this because he pardoned every single January 6er, even those that assaulted police officers, pardoned every single one. They do not back the blue. All they back, this is who they back. Donald Trump backs himself, period. And those that follow him are one of the four. There is no person that in in September of 2025 is not one of these four. The people that follow Donald Trump right now are either racist, misogynistic, a Nazi, or a child molester, or one of the combination of the four, because otherwise there's no other way. 51 Republican senators voted against the following the following addition to the budget, which is release the Epstein files or redact the names of the victims. 51 of them voted against it. Why would anyone that's not a child molester vote against it? That's what I want to know. Or protecting child molesters. That's what I want to know. Why would anyone that does not want to protect child molesters vote against it? That's what I want to know. Why, when we don't have a suspect, we're willing to blame a whole. We're willing to blame the whole left wing, and people like me are supposed to feel empathy. So many people. How are you not feeling empathy for the Nazi that died? I'm sorry. You guys don't feel empathy for school children that get murdered. I literally preach for policies that would have protected Charlie Kirk. I want common sense gun legislation. You guys don't give a flying fuck. You didn't care about the kids in Sandy Hook. You didn't care about the kids in Robb Elementary and Uvalde. You didn't care about them. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to change my opinions on Charlie Kirk as a human. I'm not glad he's dead. I'm not celebrating his death, but I'm damn sure not mourning it. And I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. I am not okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk was okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Oh, Olivia, don't get me wrong. This is something that I disagree with other content creators on the left, which is that while I'm not celebrating, I am damn sure not going to criticize anyone that is celebrating, especially those that are a part of the communities that Charlie Kirk actively demonized, that Charlie Kirk spread hatred about. I am not going to criticize any of them that choose to celebrate. I'm not going to celebrate. I saw the video and I was disgusted. I was shaking, but I am damn sure not going to criticize anyone that is going to celebrate. You are victim blaming? How am I victim blaming? I just said I am not okay with what happened to him. He is okay with what happened to him. Ooh, that's a good one. I don't think his death should be celebrated, but I don't think his life should either. Ooh, that's a good one. Charlie Kirk blamed Tim Walz for the death of Melissa Hortman. So Charlie Kirk would have blamed Charlie Kirk for his own death. Just to be clear. I'll pull that up for everybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about. One second, everybody. I have so many of these screenshots here. So first of all, I want to remind everybody about what Donald Trump Jr. was posting after a attempted political assassination took place. Paul Pelosi's skull was beaten in while the assailant waited for his wife. This is what the right was posting about. just to be clear. And not just anybody on the right. Is the president's son. Got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready. Just to be clear. Okay. Now, you might be wondering, well, what did Charlie Kirk feel about those people? About the person who tried to kill Paul Pelosi? You know, Don Jr., you know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Charlie Kirk was a better man than him, right? What did Charlie Kirk feel? Charlie Kirk says a patriot should bail out alleged Paul Pelosi attacker. We could watch the clip for anyone that doesn't believe he said that. I watched the clip before I screenshotted this. All right. Now, I'm not blaming Charlie Kirk for his death. Charlie Kirk is blaming Charlie Kirk for his death. Because when Democratic lawmakers were murdered by a right-wing nut job, this is what Charlie Kirk had to say. Tim Walz has reportedly backed out, but he has slated to headline the Twin Cities No Kings protest today. So he backed out after the murders of Hortman and her husband and her dog. Total shocker that smearing a duly elected president who won an overwhelming electoral mandate as a fascist or a king leads to political radicalization. So, claiming that Tim Walz calling Donald Trump a fascist or a king led to the deaths of Hortman, her husband, and her dog. Yeah. I'm not the one blaming Charlie Kirk for Charlie Kirk's death. That's Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is blaming Charlie Kirk for his own death. I'm also not okay with Charlie Kirk's death, but Charlie Kirk was okay with Charlie Kirk's death. So if you have criticisms from me saying that I'm victim blaming or that I'm okay with what happened, I think you're mixing me up with Charlie. All right, I'm going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
What's going on?
What's going on?
So why are you victim blaming?
Did you not hear the past 5 minutes?
Yeah, you're taking his words, what he said, and you're blaming it. Are you not? Is that not coming out your mouth?
This is what I'm doing. Okay.
You are reading what he wrote.
You
said.
Yeah.
And you're saying that's why he was murdered, right?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he's saying that's why he was murdered. Because look, this is what we do.
How can we ask him if he's dead?
This is what?
How can we ask him that if he's dead? You just speak for
no.
people now?
We look at his past words, right? When he was alive,
I look at your past lives and how much hate you spread.
Give me a single example before you pivot. Actually, no. Before you give me an example, I'm just going to explain to you. His past words are right here. He blamed Tim Walz for the death of Hortman. Do you agree that that's what he's doing in this post?
No.
No. Okay.
Because
so why did he?
No, I can tell you it's being taken out of context, just like you guys tell me all the Democrats that were.
What's the context? Shut the fuck up and tell me what the context is before you start. I'm so good. I'm so good on the monologue. Okay. What's the context that it's being taken out of? This was the day after. Oh no! It was the day of. It was the day of the assassination. This was the day of the assassination. What's the context? Give me the context. Oh wait.
I can tell you, I have an opinion that you take it out of context.
No, I need the context. You're not allowed to say I took it out of context without giving me the context. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to say I took it out of context. The context is all in front of us. So give me the context that I'm missing.
You're going to overtalk.
I do not allow people to just speak about irrelevant things. I'm asking you for the context. If you're not going to provide it.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're overtalking.
Okay, what's the context?
I'm telling you, but you won't listen.
I'm waiting.
And I said, it's my opinion. You're taking it out of context, just like with all the Democrats.
That's not. You know that's not explaining what the context is. That's what you're saying is that you think I'm taking it out of context. based on your vibes and feelings. I'm asking you for what the context is.
And the accusation against Tim Waltz were false anyways from what you're saying.
What is the context of the statement? You could say you don't know, in which case you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're saying, okay, yeah, it looks like he's blaming Tim Waltz for the murder of Hortman. It looks like that, but I have to do more research. You could say that, but what you're saying is, based on your vibes and feelings.
Are you just gonna fucking keep talking like you want answers, but you won't shut up?
No, I want answers to my questions, not answers to questions no one asked. Okay, that's the situation here.
Did you just not ask for the context? Now you're saying
you didn't give me the context. I don't know if you're sentient or not.
I just told you it's the shooter that wrote it wasn't Charlie.
The shooter wrote it wasn't Charlie?
The shooter wrote the fucking note. Can you not comprehend?
What note?
Okay, so you want to bring up Tim Waltz, but you don't want to do the research. I'm not going to do it for you.
I'm asking.
I just told you the answer. The shooter
Oh, Clayton. Oh no, Clayton. You misheard me. I didn't say that Charlie Kirk was the reason for the death of Hortman. I said that Charlie Kirk
blamed. Right? That's what you said.
No, you're not processing because your brain's not good enough.
I
said Charlie Kirk.
He blamed Tim Waltz. Yes or no?
Yes, Charlie Kirk said that it was Tim Waltz. Yes.
So you just lied because now you're trying to say you said it.
Wait, you see the tweet, right? This was written by Charlie Kirk.
Yes, from the fucking note from the shooter killer.
From the shooter killer.
Yeah, calling you killer like, hey brother, like fucking hey man.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that Charlie is willing to blame Tim Walz because of what the shooter's note said.
No, you are saying Charlie is blaming Tim Waltz.
Right, because that's what his words are.
He's taken what Charlie wrote is coming from what the shooter wrote. You should probably research before you put shit up.
Okay, so you're saying that the shooter wrote that it was Tim Walz?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you do research?
Perfect. Yeah, I will gladly look at that. Okay, so Hortman shooter note. Look, we're learning something. All right. Tim Walz is not in the note. I control left it. It is not here.
You control left it. Okay.
Do you want to provide the source on this?
I'm not doing it for you. You made the accusation.
All I'm doing is reading Charlie Kirk's words.
No, you're victim blaming because
Charlie is victim blaming.
So if a woman is dressed however she wants and she's raped, does that mean she had it coming since you want to victim blame?
I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not the one victim blaming.
Yes, you are. You are putting his words for the reason he died, right? Yes or no?
No, I am putting his words to show that he was okay with the reason he died.
Yes, and you're glorifying it.
No. I'm sorry. The man just died. Have some respect. I'm spreading his word.
What do you? You're not spreading his word. You're spreading hate.
No,
I'm just going through.
Listen, the man died. I thought it was important that we went over his quotes, right? You don't think it's important that he said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified?
Where did he say he was a white supremacist?
Where did he say he was a white supremacist? Oh, I got you. Wait, I'll show you right here.
What does he belong to?
I'll show you right here.
What group?
What group? What are you asking?
Yeah, you know, white supremacist is more than just one group, right? Or are you going to stereotype that too?
Oh no, which group are you a part of? I'm not familiar with those.
Oh, so you're going to say I'm part of a fucking
No,
thing.
I'm saying
That's
white
all you
supremacy
guys
is an
got.
ideology. You don't have to be in a group, okay? So, here we go.
Yes, you do. Most of them are in a group.
Oh, you know a lot about white supremacy. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not.
So which group was he a part of? I'll tell you which group. It was Turning Point USA.
Turning Point USA is not a white supremacist group.
Okay. Well, what is it when you're spreading this?
Where?
Okay. I'll show you. Tell me what this is besides.
That the government labeled
Right
Turning
here.
Point as a white
Clayton, look.
supremacist group.
Clayton, wait. You would only believe it if it was labeled by the government?
Well, you're making the claim that it's a group.
Okay. So, the American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. How is the collapse of America synonymous with America becoming less white? Tell me without.
I can say BLM Con was a fucking terrorist group too.
I love the pivot. Okay, we could talk about BLM
It's not
after you
a
answer to
pivot.
this. We could talk about BLM after you answer to this. When you are equating the collapse of America to America becoming less white, how is that anything but a white supremacist? I'll wait.
A white woman was literally stabbed for being white on the bus.
It was for being white?
Stabbed. Yeah. Did you not watch the video?
I didn't watch the video. So if it was for her being white,
I
then
got the white woman.
no, I know that a white woman was murdered by a black person. I know that, and I didn't immediately jump to blame all black people. Okay,
I didn't say all black people. I'm just telling you that that's what happened on the bus.
I understand that a Ukrainian
You just
refugee.
said you didn't see the video, so I'm telling you what happened.
How is it
but now
because she
you
was
wanna try and change the
wait?
subject.
Did the person say that it was because she was white
Yes.
in the video?
Yes. Go watch it. Look it up.
Well, I don't really want to watch it, but I'll look for the quote. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. See, that's what's wrong with y'all's people too. Like in the comments, oh, it sounds like I'm racist. Like that's the only thing you guys can.
Wait. Do you? Just so we're clear, you don't care about the black church that was shot up because they were black, right? I just want to be clear.
Of course, I fucking care.
Oh, you do?
Anybody
Okay.
who shoots up anybody is a fucking monster.
Okay, then if that's the case, then why is America becoming less white? The collapse of America.
That is someone's opinion. I don't speak for someone.
That's Charlie Kirk's opinion. Yes, you. So you disagree?
And your
you know
opinion is that he is racist.
what would you have to? Other than I am a racist, how else would this be read other than racist?
So if I say there's no brown people to pick fruit like you guys say, does that make me racist? Because now how are we going to get our fruit?
I think what you just said was racist. Yeah, I've never said that.
That's what you guys said.
When have I ever said there's no brown people to pick fruit?
When Donald Trump was talking about deportation, even on The View, those fucking liberal nuts, they were talking about who's going to clean toilets.
Oh my God! Wait! Do you think we claim Osborne's daughter? What's her name? Do you think we claim her?
You claim Sonny Houston?
I don't even know who that is.
You love to talk shit, but you don't know anything.
Oh, I'm so okay. So I can't talk about this. Is the quote from Charlie Kirk's mouth. Charlie Kirk's mouth. I read this. Charlie Kirk, based on this, is a racist. If I don't know who Sonny Houston is, I can't say that.
Dude, how much fucking Adderall have you taken? Calm down.
Not enough. Not enough to deal with apologists like you. You're okay with racism.
What am I apologizing for?
You're apologizing for his racism.
No, I'm not. You're allowed to have an opinion. You say he's racist. You haven't proved anything.
I'm asking you, how can you equate the collapse of America with America becoming less white? How is that anything other than racism?
How is America becoming less white?
In Charlie's view, America is becoming less white because of
one
immigrants.
person speaks for the whole America.
I didn't say he speaks for America. I'm not even trying to say that you're racist. I'm saying that he said this, and this is a racist statement. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're asking me what to equate, and I don't have to equate anything.
No, I'm asking you, how can you read this other than as a racist statement? Because right now, the two of us should be agreeing. We should agree that this statement right here is racist. The reason you're not is because you're apologizing for his racism.
No.
Okay, I will walk you through it one more time. This is going to be the last time I do this.
So do you want to dictate? So do you dictate what your friends have to say or what they say?
No, I don't dictate. No, I don't dictate. But if my friend said this, I would say, bro, that's racist. Was Charlie your friend?
No.
Okay. Do you denounce this statement?
Yes, I'll denounce it if it makes you happy.
Oh, only if it makes me happy. Not because you disagree with the statement. Only because it makes me happy.
Well, it's making you very emotional right now, and I don't want to see you emotional.
Well, I don't like when a person with so much influence, like Charlie Kirk, equates the collapse of America with America becoming less white. That is white supremacy. That's why I'm upset. I'm against white supremacy. You should be too.
Hey, where'd you get that quote from?
Charlie Kirk. Here.
Okay, because I'm reading one right now that says...
Here we go. Well, no, we'll just play it. We'll just play it. Before you can move the goalpost, we'll just play it if you'd like.
Guns, everybody. Buy guns. I asked the Border Patrol, I said, who else is coming in? They said, oh, there's Chinese drug gangsters coming across almost every single day. The interior of the United States is getting super mobbed up right now. Remember the story a couple days ago? Colombian gang kingpin on Interpol most wanted list came into the country and claimed political asylum and was arrested in Texas. Now understand, there's two types of border jumpers that are coming into the country. There are those that are the gotaways, and then there are those that come in and claim asylum. We should have no asylum claims, period. They have completely manipulated the entire asylum system. Remember we talked about the autoimmune response? They use our alleged generosity and benevolency, and they game that system. Millions of them. And the cartels and the Catholic charities and all these NGOs, they give them the script. The Catholic charities, by the way, are one of the biggest reasons why we have the open border crisis on the southern border. They subsidize it. They train the sex traffickers how to smuggle the women across the border. Every day, women are coming across as sex slaves, and Catholic charities say, how can we help? Oh, we're not supposed to judge. Every single day. So this guy, Adiris Perella, was wanted in Colombia in connection with multiple murders and drug trafficking. He just came across the border. We didn't do a background check. We didn't call the Colombian embassy. Just came into the country. Happening every single day. And amazingly, the buried lead is yesterday. So Mexico comes out because it looked like for a little bit that Texas was finally able to deport the foreigners back to Mexico or their country of origin. Mexico comes out the same way that Egypt and Jordan would say about the people of Gaza, saying, we don't want your illegals back here in Mexico. You better not send them. Now, Joe Biden, based on reports that I have heard from people in meetings with Joe Biden says, well, I don't want to offend Mexico. Joe Biden is worried about offending Mexico. We have to bully Mexico. That's what Joe Biden did. And that's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump said, hey, we're going to put 5% tariff, 10% tariff. We're going to get what we want. Mexico could close their border in an afternoon. But we're allowing Mexico and the cartels to overrun the country because, of course, the American Democrat Party wants that to happen. The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. They love it when America gets overwhelmed. And we keep on saying this. It's the Cloward Piven strategy. It's not some sort of...
Oh. That's when he says that that the Democrat Party wants to see the country collapse. And then right after he says they want to see it less white. He is equating the country being less white with the country collapsing.
Definitely not what he said, bro.
Then what's wrong with the country being less white?
I don't know. You seem to have a problem with it.
No, I have a problem with people that have a problem with it. I don't think the country should be less or more white. I think the country should just grow. I don't care about what color immigrants are coming into the country. Charlie Kirk does. And that's why Charlie Kirk was a racist. I don't know how else to put it. Like, this right here is a racist statement. It equates the collapse of the country with the country becoming less white. You even said you disagree with the statement.
Yes, because it's making you emotional.
Okay, so you agree with the statement. You just say it with your chest.
I, as an American, can have my own opinion.
And that opinion can be racist. Yes, I agree. You can have your own opinion, but that can be a racist opinion.
That is all you guys got. When someone doesn't agree with you, you go straight to racism.
No. Actually, there's a lot of people that don't agree with me that doesn't have to do with racism. Sometimes it's misogyny. Sometimes it's transphobia. Sometimes it's really wanting to fuck kids. In your case, it seems to be at least racism. But if you'd like, we could go through the whole checklist.
What checklist?
Hey, Lovey.
Really quickly, hello. It's nice to see you, one. Two, I'm glad that you are speaking as strongly about this as you are. I've noticed a lot of individuals aren't. And this is a very serious topic. So thank you for handling this the way that you are. I really appreciate that. Clayton, I just want to ask you two cute little questions. Very, very nice questions. Do you think that America should be a predominantly white nation?
No, but you sound like you want it to.
How do I sound like that if I've only been up here for 2 months?
Because you're the one that came up with that question, so you thought about it hard enough.
Could it be that I considered asking you this question because you seem to be very
No, because you
pro
thought I was
predominantly. Oh,
racist because you
I
want to
actually
label
don't
everyone as
think any. I
racist.
haven't made a assumption about you just
No,
yet.
but the host has.
Am I the host?
No, but you're up
So
here.
then why the fuck are you asking stupid questions?
Why are you getting so emotional like the host, for Christ's sake?
Because humans are emotional. That it's in our nature to be so.
Okay.
Another cute little question of mine. Why do you compare Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King?
Because they were killed for their beliefs. Yes.
What were their beliefs? Can you tell me a couple of Martin Luther King's beliefs?
Well, he didn't want y'all spreading racism and hate, but
That's not what I asked you, friend.
I just told you that was one of the things he wanted. Do you guys ask questions and then you don't want the answers and you overtalk?
Right. So when you say you guys, who are you talking about exactly? Just so we're hyper specific.
You and the host.
So can you tell me where in any of his speeches he mentions Dan Melick and Lovey on TikTok, please? I'm so curious. I have yet to see that speech.
Who?
Can you show me where in any of Martin Luther King's speeches or in anything that he has written, talked about, literally anything, can you show me where he stated that he was specifically talking about Dan Melick and Lovey on TikTok? Please, I'm so curious. I've never seen this speech before. And if I was mentioned, Lord, I have been doing a strong disservice of not speaking about that more often. You okay there, Clayton?
What do you want?
I asked you a question, and I was giving you ample time to, respond. Because you said that we don't let you respond, so I wanted to make sure that you had the space to respond. So do you have a response yet, or what's going on?
What are you asking? What are you asking? You're wanting to know if Martin Luther King didn't talk about these two. And
so then why are you saying that Martin Luther King was talking specifically about Dan and I?
What in the no? As you people, you asked who I was talking about.
Who's you people? That's what I'm asking, friend.
You and the host.
And I asked, where did he mention me and the host?
Anybody can.
So can you show me where Martin Luther King brought up me and the host? I'm so curious. I've been doing him such a disservice by not knowing about this. Or are you talking about Democrats, maybe?
How about I'm talking about you rage baiters?
I wish this was rage baiting. I really, really wish, because then I would know that you aren't actually nearly as horrible of an individual that you are portraying yourself to be right now.
See, that's what you guys go to.
Indeed. Mostly because you're not answering any of the questions I'm asking you.
So when someone you don't like disagrees with you or doesn't go how you want it, you label them as racist.
I think that if you hold an opinion that is objectively harmful
It's a
towards
yes
my
or no question.
Hold on, friend. And
No,
I'm
it's a
answering
yes
your
or no
question.
question.
Okay, her answer is no, and now hear the rest.
Exactly. The answer is no, right? If you disagree with me, that's fine. I'm more than willing to hear you out. More than willing. And I've been listening to you, Clayton. I genuinely believe that you either willingly hold pretty racist opinions and racist beliefs, or you don't realize that they are racist. And I'm going to hope and give you the benefit of the doubt that you hold these beliefs unintentionally. That you literally just don't acknowledge that they are racist. You don't realize that they are racist.
So I'm a racist because I don't believe Charlie Kirk should have been murdered.
That is a
Wait, Lovey, is there another guest here? Who is he talking to? Who said that?
Clayton, I think it's important that you realize.
Did you not say his words are what got him killed? Yes or no, host?
No, I said that Charlie Kirk would have said his words got him killed because that's what he said about Tim Walz.
You were about to say it.
Clayton, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well are you tracking this conversation?
How well what?
How well are you tracking this conversation?
Pretty well, knowing that you guys don't
Are
have
you sure?
anything, so you just go to straight to red.
No, because Dan has repeatedly stated that no one here will ever advocate for this sort of thing to happen.
What
No
have I
one.
said that's made me racist since you guys want to keep labeling me?
Then you're racist. That's a you problem. I don't know what to do with that.
Okay, really quickly. I have a couple things. The first of all, I missed the Johnny Raid. Welcome in, Johnny Raiders. Thank you. For those that weren't here for what started this conversation, I was pointing out that I am not okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk is okay with what happened to Charlie Kirk, and we see that when he says, "I think it's worth it to have some gun deaths a year to keep our Second Amendment right." And then I also said, I'm not blaming Charlie Kirk for his death, but Charlie Kirk would have blamed Charlie Kirk for his death. And we see that because he was blaming Tim Walz's words about Trump for the murder of Senator Hortman in Minnesota. Charlie Kirk would have blamed Charlie Kirk for his own death based on his own ideology and based on his own previous words. This guest came up and couldn't track any of that. And so we started reading some of these quotes, and that's how we got to this quote, because he said that I was lying when I called Charlie Kirk a white supremacist. And I said, well, what else could you define this ideology as? When he says that the American whenever they say Democrat Party instead of Democratic, that's, some wow shit's about to come out of their mouth. The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. So he is equating America's collapse with America becoming less white. That is a white supremacist ideology. And his brain wasn't tracking the conversation. So Lovey came up and is doing her absolute best. But it seems to not be clicking. So I just want to get everybody up to speed.
What's the first part of that quote?
What?
What's the first where you're not highlighted right there? What does it say?
The American Democrat Party hates this country. That's an opinion of his that he can have. That's a totally valid opinion for him to have. I disagree, but that's okay.
Okay, so you can disagree, but nobody else can disagree.
You don't understand what the disagreement is based on. I am not disagreeing with the words he's saying in particular when I'm pointing this out to you.
You said you disagreed that he says the American Democrat Party hates this country. You just said you disagreed. Yes or no?
I disagree that the American Democratic Party hates this country. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so you're allowed to have an opinion, but nobody else.
I didn't say he can't have an opinion. All I'm saying is that this opinion right here is racist. When you equate the collapse of America to it becoming less white, the opinion is racist. He can have his opinion. He can have it, and he can keep it where it is now. Okay? But that opinion is racist. That's all I'm saying. All right, Lovey, go ahead.
Clayton, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me. I'm just
37.
So
how old are you?
You said you're 37? Correct? Am I correct about that? You said you're 37? Am I correct about that, Clayton?
What?
You said you're 37 years old, correct?
38.
38, all right. You are an entire 20 years older than me, right? So I'm going to do the best that I can to explain this to you without using terminology that you will not understand.
Oh, so you think people are stupid?
No, not people, just you. So
see, there it goes.
the
That's how you guys
easiest
always
way-
do when no one agrees with you.
Hold on,
Stupid,
friend. Hold on,
racist,
friend.
slow.
I never said that one. Hold on. Never been that one. Never said that one. Will never say that one, right? When you have an individual who is advocating for a predominantly white area to be in existence, do you believe that that is a racist belief or a racist thing to want?
When did he say that?
They're eating the dogs.
When he's advocating for America to be a predominantly white country?
When did he say that? Show me the clip.
Ooh, you're 38. This is not good for you.
Show me where the clip where he said America.
You watched it.
White.
The host has shown it repeatedly, where he sits there and he equivalates America going downwards, having a downfall, to allowing non-white individuals into the country, or predominantly non-white individuals into the country. He equivalates that. I'm saying that word wrong, but ignore it.
Either equates or equivocates, I think. I don't know which one is correct.
There we go.
But really quick, Zach, thank you for the $5. By the way, Clayton Bigsby is a racist name from a show. Look it up. Guest is a racist. Yeah, I know, from Boondocks.
That's what I was trying to get up here for. Between that,
That's
George
Dave
Floyd.
Chappelle, not the Boondocks.
Yes, it's a racist dog name, It was a white supremacist. It was a black
From a
white
black guy.
a black white supremacist. A black white supremacist.
See how ironic that is that y'all
wanted
call me
all
racist?
black people erased because he thought he was white. He thought he was white. He thought he had reverse vitiligo. He thought that he was trapped in a black body who wasn't supposed to be black.
Yeah, it's comedy.
No, it was a racist name. When you try to use it outside of comedy, it's a racist name. But I like that you said that people are victim blaming Charlie Kirk. Yet you have a post of George Floyd on your page celebrating it.
Yeah, I'm celebrating his sobriety.
Yeah, so we should celebrate the unalivement that caused Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk said no matter how many people are alive, they protect your Second Amendment, right? That protects the rest of your stuff, right? So I should be able to celebrate it because he died so I can celebrate, right?
You're entitled to do what you want. Go ahead.
So Charlie Kirk is the reason Charlie Kirk is dead.
His own beliefs allowed that to happen.
Thing about Floyd, then that
Charlie Kirk,
drugs in his system, which made him act the way he did.
Charlie Kirk is the reason that his kids is fatherless.
And so is Floyd. Then
Charlie Kirk is the reason he's not here no more.
And George Floyd's the reason George Floyd's not here.
George Floyd was unalived without reason, regardless of whether or not he had the RUGS in his system. He was murdered.
You mean drugs? You can say it. It's okay.
I'm being very cautious because I value the host and I value the space that he has created, right? He was murdered without reason. There is nothing with him having that in his system that should have enabled that cop or should have given the green light to that cop to pin him down.
So you don't think he was
Hold on, friend.
incoherent
You're
enough to
38.
listen?
We should be practicing impulse control. 38 years old, impulse control. I beg of you. I am 18 years old. I am not willing to sit here and gentle parent your ass during this conversation. I've been decently nice throughout this conversation, right? Anytime I called you anything, it was because you yourself said it.
Yes or no?
One more time, Fred. I can't hear
No,
you.
no, it didn't. Because if you actually watch the trial and you watch the medical examiners that actually testified, it was due to the neck on his knee. See, this is
I didn't ask how he passed away. I said how did the drugs make him impaired?
Shut up. Again.
You don't fucking tell me to shut up.
I can tell you to shut up. Does that work?
Shut up.
You shut the fuck up.
I'm telling you to shut up. So again, you said that George Floyd died because of George Floyd, which is wrong, because if you watch the actual trial,
okay, so you guys can have an opinion again, but nobody else can.
If you actually watch the actual trial, see, I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I'm talking about
And
facts.
I don't give a fuck about what you're fucking
I'm talking about
right now.
I'm talking about facts.
You're talking about your opinions. You're
No,
not
it's a
talking about
fact.
facts.
These are facts that are in the case.
Clayton, you're a veteran?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's got to be stolen valor. I don't believe it.
You're a veteran and you hold these very, very anti-American opinions?
They're not anti-American.
When you're
That's what
stating
you
the
call
things
them
that you are, yes, because my father fought in Vietnam and he himself will sit here and tell you that the things that you were spewing on here at your big grown age, not
How old's your
only is
father?
my father is 70, how old is he? 76 years old, born 1948. Jesus.
Oh,
Fought
he made
in
it a long
Vietnam. Was drafted to fucking Vietnam. I don't want to hear it from you when you're sitting here saying this shit right now. It's either you're stolen valor or you went to wherever you did just for the hell of it. You don't hold actual American values. Because the things that you were spewing right now are some of the most anti-American shit I have ever heard, specifically from a veteran. And I talk to a lot of veterans.
Also, Dan, he lied about the train footage. That never came out of that man's mouth. Did he unalive a white woman? Yes. Are anybody on this side agreeing with what he did? No. But you lied. It wasn't because she was white. That man had problems. He should have never been released as many times as he did. His family said that he had issues. His mother put a statement.
He said it twice. Look it up again.
Where did you see that at? Now you got to prove it.
Research it.
No, prove it.
Prove it.
It's on video.
Prove it.
Go get the video.
I looked it up and it wasn't quoted in any of the videos that were posted.
I guarantee you it's from Twitter. I guarantee you it's from somebody like Nick Fuentes or Donald Trump Jr. that also made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband the other day.
Right
This
here.
is your fucking party.
So also, since guest claims to be a veteran, I just want to ask, why did Charlie Kirk feel it necessary to mention that Brittany Griner was a black lesbian when he said, if you're an NBA player, a WNBA player, pot smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? Are there no black lesbians in the Marines? Why would he mention her race or sexual orientation? Thank you.
The funny thing is, none of them talking about the white man that Donald Trump had released here that was locked up for 3 murders. And nobody know exactly where the fuck he's at besides he may be in Florida somewhere. He's not on house arrest. He's not on GPS or anything. And this man was serving 30 plus years. He ran? Yeah.
Yeah, he ran.
Goddamn. Ain't had my coffee yet. But yeah, that the name was racist, but that's one of the reasons I wanted to come up here. That, and I knew he was lying about the train video. None of us agree with what happened to that lady. That lady should still be here. None of us agree with that.
It's literally the right that is trying to politicize it. And when I say that, I'm literally talking about Charlie Kirk. His last tweet before he moved on to another plane. His last tweet was, "If we want things to change, it is 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zarutska."
But yet they don't talk
He knew
about
what he was doing by asking for that. There's no way he didn't know.
the reason I say Charlie Kirk is racist because of all of the murders that happened. He's never talked about not one white person that actually did it, unless he thought they was a trans person. We could talk about the 2 white boys and the Asian boy that set a freaking house on fire because they thought their iPhone was in there. Come to find out, the iPhone was fucking doors away at somebody else's freaking house. 5 people weren't alive. I never seen nobody on that side talk about that yet. We could talk about the 13-year-old boy that house was just fucking raided in Washington. That was planning on pew-pewing a freaking house up. That wasn't brought up, and this happened about a week ago, I believe, or earlier this week. They're not talking about that.
I think it's incredibly important to just emphasize what the host has said earlier. None of us are happy that Charlie Kirk has been killed. None of us. None of us advocate for this sort of thing to occur. Charlie Kirk advocates for all of this. Charlie Kirk is perfectly okay with this sort of thing happening, and he stated it.
To the person that asked where in Washington, it was in Washington State. I can't remember exactly what city it was, but it was a big ass raid. They found the freaking an arsony of fucking. This little boy had some in his book bag, and he was planning on pew-pewing his school up. This is why I advocate for stricter gun laws. This is why I advocate for background checks. This is why I advocate for shit that should be passed. Because blue cities, if you actually look at blue cities compared to red cities, they have lesser pew-pew violence. And this little boy, you knew the signs was there. His family ignored it because he had pictures and stuff of other school pew-pewers hanging in his room. Like he idolized school pew-pewers. I'm tired of people saying they did not see the sign when every time we turn towards a pew-pewer, they have some shit that's showing that it's actually the signs are there. Like most of them be talking about these people in school. Most of them be talking to their friends about it. This is why we need mental health in this country. This is why.
And I do want to point out that now that, of course, the shooter has been revealed to be a straight white man, and people like Nancy Mace are changing their tune, where before it was the Democrats own this, and now it's, well, we need to pray for such an evil, lost individual. And before And when schools get shot up like this one, and Democrats are like, please, please let us do common sense gun legislation to protect people like Charlie Kirk, and the Republicans are going to blame, oh, it's actually mental health. This person was crazy, deranged. It's always Republicans that don't vote for universal health care, against funding for mental health care, like Naquan is preaching for, or pushing for.
You want to know what's so ironic, Dan? They just changed the law on that campus, well, in Utah, period. Before, you could not have a pew pew on college ground, not concealed or anything. They literally just changed it about a week ago or so.
That's
You know,
fucking wild.
it's actually really, um, I don't know how to describe. I don't want to say it's funny. Maybe like ironic is a better word in connotation, not necessarily in definition. But I was supposed to fly to Utah to debate Charlie Kirk. My boyfriend goes to the school that Charlie Kirk was unalived at. We were going to debate him and try to, get on his nerve a little bit. Not necessarily anything good faith, because we're assholes like that. But just to kind of get under his skin a little bit, kind of press him about Dean, kind of press him a little bit about Parker, and then, have our little shits and giggles and go get ice cream. I decided not to about last weekend because it just didn't seem worth it. I was just going to go there to cause that man issues. There was no point in doing it. I could have done that online. And luckily, my boyfriend, he didn't go. He ended up sleeping in that day. So I was really, really happy to hear that. But when all of this occurred, I remember thinking, it's so scary how someone can lose their life so quickly. 1 minute, my boyfriend and I were sitting here thinking, oh, we're gonna go to not the protest, but we're gonna go talk to Charlie Kirk. We're gonna sit here, we're gonna try and debate him. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win, whatever it is. And then we just move on with our lives. And that completely vanished as quickly as that. Parker was 40 feet away from that occurring.
Before I drop, if anybody is planning on doing any protesting or anything, I would suggest against it. I would suggest against you wearing anything that's political. Definitely right now. It is it's annoying to say this because I am a person that actually go to protest
Oh yeah, I am
to
too.
be safe. Like we don't know what other people are thinking right now.
Just really quick, user, this is not Hovey, this is Lovey.
Two different people.
Different people. And to be fair, I did mix up Uncle Ruckus and Clayton Bigsby earlier, so I guess I can't talk. That's my bad, y'all. They're the same character.
They're the same people. The Clayton Bigsby was based off of an actual black person that became friends with a white supremacist with a triple K member. It was he was based off a true story. I can't remember the guy's name. He actually wrote a book and everything. But their characters are pretty much based off the same fucking people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was based off of a real person actually.
Yeah, Clayton. It was a black guy that.
Was the real guy blind or?
No, I don't think he was blind, but he actually wrote a book. I forgot what the name of the book was. I never really read it, but I did look it up before. I did see an interview of him. He befriended a Triple K member, which I wouldn't say all Triple K members were bad back then. Some of them just joined because they had to. Like it was like you was born
Societal pressures.
Yeah, you was born into it because we seen some Triple K members actually once they realized what the fuck this shit was about, they left and they became some of the best goddamn people in the world. Some of them actually became senators and shit like that and pushed for bills to actually get passed.
Yeah. About the protesting, I'm a little stubborn, I can't lie. I refuse not to advocate for individuals that are and are not part of my community. I've been in the shoes of individuals who weren't able to protest for themselves, weren't able to speak up for themselves. I hated that. So I personally will continue to protest. I don't advise other individuals to follow in my footsteps.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
I'm
it.
not the brightest, you know. Don't do what I do. All right.
I'm gonna do it because I'm in New York. The chances of something happening in New York City is very slim. Like it's slim. But people that don't live in cities like mines where shit do happen,
I live in LA.
like you're in Texas, don't protest because Texas allow people to hit you with their cars if you're pretty much blocking the road. Don't protest. It's not worth it right now. It's other ways to get your voice out there.
If you choose to protest one way or another, just please be safe. Please don't go alone. Just whatever it is, be safe. Two quick things. Miles, to answer your question, what in the world did I just come to? Triple K or innocent? No, he was talking about how there were people that were forced to join the KKK because of societal pressure, and then left once they truly learned what it was about and became great people to do great things. And then two, Miles, can we get some W's in the chat for Miles, which is our first level 5 community member? I don't think I've ever seen a member level that's level 5. So welcome, Miles, and W.
Yes, Miles. What I was saying is, it was some people in the Triple K that was forced in it due to their family, due to their fathers, due to the time that it was. Not all of them wanted to be in it. I will give some of them that grace period because a lot of them did leave and become productive citizens. Like some of them did do this. Like the senator that I forgot what he was. He was a recruiter. Once he actually seen the harm that the Triple K was doing, he left and he actually advocated for the civil rights. He did stuff like that.
I have I think an interesting question. So this is part of the reason that I'm always like super hesitant to use the phrase ACAB. Because while I do think that the current the way police departments in this country are currently run is riddled with systemic racism. I think it's very possible that societal pressure and the way we're brought up, because we're brought up learning that police officers are the good guys, right? I think that a lot of people can become a police officer without necessarily knowing how corrupt it is. What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I work with Bridge the Gap, which is a program in New York that help bridging the gap between the urban community and black and brown community and the police department. I don't believe all police are horrible. Some of them actually get in there because they want things to change. But then after being in there for a while, you can get indoctrinated by the shit that they teach you. Like they send you to stuff that shows you that you're supposed to aim center mass. They send you that it's better to unalive a person instead of trying to talk them down. They teach you at seminars. I forgot what the seminar was, but it was exposed a few years ago that it's better to believe that black and brown people are immediate danger, and that is the reason that black and brown people, well, black people is 26.7, I believe it was last time I checked, more likely to be unalive when they're less violent and have no weapon because of the way it was built. If we can actually defund the police, get it started from a different way, it's a possibility for it. Also, we have to get that ruling that was done in 2005 overturned, that police don't have to protect the citizens.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It's their job is not to protect us. It's to protect property. We need to get that ruling overturned because at the end of the day, we do pay their check. Our taxes is what makes them able to get paid.
I mean, me personally, for those of you who don't know, outside of like me talking about my father, my mother was a civil rights activist. She was at the March of Washington. She did a lot of the things that we learned about in our history books today. My father was also a protester. He was at the Watts riots. So I come from in my opinion, a long line of individuals who protested and fought against the LAPD, who fought against the government, who fought against these things. I grew up being told that I could trust the police if I acted correctly. Right? which was never give them a reason to have to raise their weapon. So even now, I'm decently trusting of police members or those who are police. I do follow ACAB. I believe that that is a very true belief, I think is like the best way to put it. I do believe, not necessarily that all cops are bad, but that all cops have the possibility or the opportunity to be bad. And I don't want to, hone in on police officers when I say this. I'm going to hone in on everyone. Any person has the ability to do anything at any point in time for any given reason, which means individuals that you believe might never hurt you, if it's the wrong day, they very well could switch on a dime and hurt you. Police are the same exact way.
And the only reason they was able to actually come up with that ruling, because I don't know if many people know, the first police department was in Boston. It was old school slave catchers, midnight watchers, and day police. And all they did was follow the same rhetoric that they was taught as slave catchers and implemented into the police system.
Which, it's just crazy, honestly.
Also, policing is very different in Black and brown communities, white communities. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of you. I guess I just to me, I can see like parallels in what Naquan said earlier about members of the KKK with like kind of the reason why I don't use the phrase ACAB, even though I do think we need to reform the police. For stuff like that, I really try to be, or I want our rhetoric, as it were, to not alienate someone that might not have all the information, if that makes sense.
I agree with that, actually. I think that it can be, I think that the term ACAB can be dangerous if there's no nuance in that conversation. And I think that's what a lot of people have an issue with the statement, all men are bad. It's because that statement is just made and then there's no conversation around it. There's no nuance around it. In order to make those statements and to really preach about what it is that we are holding and saying, there has to be a conversation there. Otherwise, it could be turned into a very dangerous, almost like weapon against anyone who uses it. And that's not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to bring awareness. It's supposed to help our communities.
Yeah, see, I do use ACAT, but I will tell a person why I use that. 70% of DV by police officers are self-admitted. We have data to show that it's not all police, but until every police stand up against those bad apples, to me, you are part of the problem. And I understand you can get blackballed out of it. Like my aunt worked for Eternals Affairs. I had cousins that were CEOs. I understand if you turn against the police, they will blackball you. I understand that. But that is the system we need to get rid of. Because they tell you to snitch in the streets, but they tell you they don't want you to snitch on your partner. They don't want you to snitch on the cop from 3 precincts over. So if you want the street to snitch and put their life on a line, you got to be willing to do the same thing.
That's a really good point. I think actually there's a good comparison here because I was talking about this a few nights ago with the "it's all men until it's no men," where while it might not be every man that is committing sexual violence, every man is complicit unless they push back on things. And so, like if you hear your friend brag about being able to grab people's pussies because they're famous, that's something that you should push back on. Otherwise, you're complicit. So yeah, I get that now. I do. I'm glad we had this conversation because I've always. I really want to make sure that like our slogans match what our ideology is, and so something like ACAB and it's all men until it's no men are like it's true with the nuance that's brought after, and I guess it's just like who is willing to hear that nuance.
Yeah, I used to feel a way about it was all man till it's no man until I actually sat down and actually like listen and actually the comparison. Even for men, men are a problem. If you walk into a room with 1,000 men and you're the only man there and you don't know nobody there, you don't know which one of those men may try to attack you. And that now imagine that for a woman. Like I understand it now. Before, no, I was one of the men that would used to go against it, but I understand it now.
Really quickly, this is very off topic. I'm only mentioning this because it has something to do with Charlie Kirk, and it's something that I'm seeing. There is a video going around of, I believe it's a teenager. It looks like a teenager being beat in Idaho after passing, or it says Idaho Capitol after, oh, it's a man, my apologies, not a teenager. After a man drove through the vigil on a scooter yelling F Charlie Kirk. It is a video of him being beat by, it looks like 5 or 6 men. For the side who claims that they do not advocate for any form of violence, that's a wild thing to do. That is a wild thing to sit on your phone, record, and then post.
Yeah, they literally just beat somebody. This might be the video you're talking about. He was trying to get home, and they was in the middle of the street, and they literally just beat the fire out of him. A group of white men. A group of white men dragged him out of his car because he was trying to get through, which was a protest that had no permit whatsoever, and they beat him. Like they beat him.
I will say that I don't think violence is okay in most scenarios. And I say most because I think, P3DOs, but for a side that says that they advocate for free speech, when an individual uses it, why is it that they turn to violence? I don't understand that sort of thing. And then they turn around and claim that liberals and leftists are the violent ones. It's so, I don't even know how to describe it.
To the person that asked if they got arrested, last I checked, nobody was apprehended yet. I believe they are going through. People are dumb. They put shit on social media now, so I guess they're going through social media and stuff like that to actually track these people down. But it was a visual, aka protest for Charlie Kirk, when the guy was just trying to go home. He was just trying to go home. You could have moved to the fucking side. Even when I protest, if we're in an area that's not closed off, I move out the way because I don't want to stop people from going about their day neither. But I also don't attend protesters that don't have permits to shut down the street.
That's the video, Dan. That's the one I just saw on TikTok.
That it was a group of them that beat on him.
There was also a protest in Huntington Beach, which is actually horrifically close to me, I found out, where they were yelling, what was it? White man fights back, I believe is what they were yelling.
Yeah, they did a protest yesterday. White lives matter, white man fight back. I don't.
Can I just say something about this? I think when the right is so quick to assume that the shooter was either black or trans, I think that might say a lot about the person that was shot. If the assumption is, well,
yeah.
But also the issue with this is because they messed up 2 other people's lives because they locked up 2 people before actually getting the actual the suspect. Like those 2 people were getting unalive threats by Kirk followers. Like they was getting unalive threats. They found these people and was messaging their family and all of that, threatening their lives. Also, 3 black colleges were targeted yesterday, and nobody knew who the suspect was. And this, I believe, the video shot was put up of him before those threats went out, and you see that the person was a white man.
Multiple historically black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, have gone into lockdown after threats were directed at the campus, school officials announced. Alabama State University, Hampton University, Virginia State University, Southern University, and A&M College, and Bethune-Cookman University locked down the morning of Thursday, September 11th, each citing potential threats made against the campuses. The lockdown at Southern University was later lifted, but all campus activities and classes were canceled. Yeah, like why are people calling in bomb threats against black colleges? I just don't. How can you say that Charlie Kirk wasn't racist or wasn't a white supremacist if his death immediately leads you to assume or to want revenge against the black community? Why?
Yeah, what I don't like about it is if we actually look at the population of Utah, it's about 70, close to 80% of white people. So for you to automatically assume that it was a black person
There's
is
a lot.
why we have this issue in America. And it tells me the person you was following had these same kind of ideology. Because for you to assume that it was automatically a black person when a population of Utah is like 50% white, 80% white, it's very telling.
It's just overall a very sad situation. It's overall a very sad thing. The fact that their minority communities were going to be the victims of this, regardless of how it turned out. Minority communities were going to experience the things that we've been experiencing, just furthermore, regardless of what happened. And I think that that is the saddest part and the most telling about America as a country. It is honestly horrific that there will still be people who suffer from this, who have been suffering and will continue to suffer.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop down. Dan, I do want to say if you decide to protest, be safe, brother. Because I've heard of some. I don't know if it's real or not, but allegedly it's supposed to be a hit list of big creators. Be safe, brother.
Well, fortunately, I fell off, so I don't think I'm on that list. But I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
you do be safe.
Thank you so
Because
much.
this shit is crazy. Last thing I want is to hear any news about any of my friends that I met off of TikTok being fucking anything happening to them.
Yeah.
So all my friends that are on here that I met through TikToks over the last few months, if you decide to go out and protest, please be safe. Like I said, I don't know if the list is real. I just keep hearing about it. I heard a few people talk about it. I don't know if it's real or not. But act like it is. Act like it's real. Be cautious. Stay safe. Like I said, I live in New York City. Shit like this ain't happening. We have about 400 police at every protest. The likeliness of this shit happening in New York is very, very rare. But if you live in a city or a state that does not have that kind of stuff, it be cautious. Just be cautious. Make it home to your people. Your voice can be heard other ways. You don't have to go to the streets. I tell people that every time, even when I'm out there. You don't have to go on the street. You can do other things to protest.
Yeah,
All right, brother.
I'll keep my head down for a while. That regard, just in case. But I appreciate that. And whatever you decide to do, I know it's in New York and it's low probability, but just be safe. Everybody be safe, please. Out there.
Yeah, I'm always cautious because I'm a black man at a protest, but I know the likeliness of any attack is happening is very slim. Like we haven't used tear gas in New York at any protest in a few decades. Like it's rare that shit is gonna happen like that.
They use that shit over here in LA like it's water.
Yeah,
Jesus.
we're lucky enough that we've had some sensible governments, not the best, but sensible that know if you turn the police on to the fucking people, that is gonna be hell in New York. Like we outnumber the police in New York. Like literally.
Lucky.
We outnumber y'all.
But Dan, I'm gonna head out as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to come up. I appreciate it tremendously. You are a wonderful, wonderful human being, and I appreciate you and everything that you do so much, so much.
Thank you so much.
Also,
Everyone,
for the
make sure you're
last
following
time,
Lovey. I don't know if you still go live, but
occasionally, time to time.
Yeah,
I've
everyone
been
make sure your
wreaking
phone.
havoc in Dean's server, so that's fun.
Oh my god, I haven't been there in a while. It must be chaos in there the past couple days.
Uh, I'll keep my comments about his server to myself for now.
Okay.
But and also for the last time, people in the comments, I am not Covey. I don't know if it's Covey or Covey. I'm not Covey. I love Covey. I think Covey is an amazing human being. I wish I was half of the advocator that Covey is, but I am not Covey. I love Covey so much. But yeah, on that note, thank you, Dan, for letting me come up. Thank you to the chat for being so nice, and thank you, Naquan, for giving us your oh so valuable opinion. I appreciate it tremendously.
No, it's no problem. I definitely gave you a follow. I love to see
Thank
the
you.
younger sisters actually advocating for stuff. So keep
Always.
doing the fight. Be safe. I've been doing this for damn near 30 years. It's become wearing, but
Yeah.
always remember there's a bigger picture that you're aiming for.
Thank you both so much for coming up.
That's the point, yeah. But,
All right, Dan, I'm in the comments, brother.
bye, everyone.
That was a that started with the guest being a racist, white supremacist apologist / white supremacist. But it ended with a very productive conversation, I think. And I will always appreciate when we can have conversations like that on this platform. Has anyone talked about the potential of those being an online war? I'm not sure about that. That was such a treat to meet two amazing people. Yeah. Naquan's been up here a bunch of times. Lovey needs to come up more. I said this when I first learned of her existence. I didn't know that that she went on panels or whatever. This is like probably the smartest 18-year-old I've interacted with in my life. And I can't wait to see what change she'll bring about. Okay. We're gonna go to Dan. Did you ever talk to Covey? Yes, I have talked to Covey. No, he's giving me too much credit. I've talked to Covey a bunch of times, and actually, I watched the live. I watched the live yesterday. Most of it with her conversation with Dean. A white nationalist messaged me my dad's address. Oh my god. I didn't know shit about politics when I was 18. Yeah, like when I was 18, I voted for Obama because of the Rickroll with Obama. The main reason. I was watching Dean's live. He literally went ghostly pale because I made a joke about Kirk. That conversation was tough to watch. So, yeah, it was. I will say I felt a little I felt like a lot of what she said was some of the sentiments that I was talking about the night of, what was that, September 10th? But rather than it being an incoherent barrage of like random thoughts that I was trying to put together in a conversation, she explained it like perfectly. And for those that don't know, the main point of disagreement, he doesn't have the live on his YouTube. Okay. I'm saying this as a person that likes both Dean and Covey, by the way. The main point of disagreement was that Covey thought it was an issue. Covey took issue with, and I also frankly took issue with this, that Dean was judging people for celebrating, tone policing it. Yeah. There was two big things discussed. There was the crying, and then there was the the judgmental statements about like condemning people. No, I don't know. He was condemning people that weren't being sad about it, but he was condemning people that were happy about it, I guess. But I could be wrong. I don't remember that live as well. And so there's a line between us. Yeah, especially there's a line between us. So and what Covey was explaining was that while she isn't celebrating, it's not right to judge those a part of the marginalized communities that are constantly being attacked by someone like Charlie Kirk. It's not right for us to criticize any of them that want to celebrate. I think that mostly sums up Dina's special circumstances, so that's not fair. I unfollowed her. Wait. He said if you don't feel sad, he's a better person than them. Yeah, like that statement. So I do want Santana did too. What? Santana did what? Can you explain what you're saying? Bobby tried to tell him that he'll never know what it's like to be marginalized. Yes, exactly. You can police you. You can't police the response of people on the receiving end of bigotry. Yes, yeah. I unfollowed him and Parker. I felt Dean, so he was. I don't. So okay. I'm gonna give my thoughts. I gave these thoughts 2 days ago. So I want to be clear. This isn't like being influenced by that conversation. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about with Santana. I don't judge Parker at all for anything, any statement that Parker has made. Which, by the way, I don't think he said anything wrong. He said that he was shocked how many people didn't care about his well-being and just cared about Charlie being shot. So I don't know why. I don't know why anyone would unfollow Parker for that. Like, just point blank. Parker experienced. Parker is now a survivor of gun violence. Like, he experienced a gun casualty event. To be there is traumatizing. So I don't know why anyone would criticize Parker's response at all. Yeah, I don't know why Parker's catching strays exactly. I have no idea. Now, as for Dean, okay, I'm gonna give the take I gave 2 days ago, which is, I guess, 80% agreement with Covey, and then I guess 20% disagreement. Kind of. I'll try to word it well here. Dan, did you reach out to Parker? Yes. I reached out to him like right when I heard that it happened, and he was there to tell him to get somewhere safe, and he said he was somewhere safe, and we talked a little bit back and forth, and I reached out to him again that night, but he didn't reply, and I don't blame him. I'm sure he's getting a ton of messages, but I did speak to him the day of, like when we didn't know, or when we didn't have it confirmed that Charlie was dead yet. I did speak to him. It's a terrifying situation, and I really do feel bad for Parker on that front. Okay. So for Dean, so my thoughts. Okay. So RV, really quick. I know you've been in the request box so long. Did you want to come up before I talked about this? I'm so sorry, RV. I keep meaning to bring you up, and then I just forget because the name is just 2 letters. Hey, Lovey.
Hi. I initially came up because talking about Dean and Parker. Is it all right if I give like a little bit of a statement, I guess, on that?
Yeah. Do you want to go before or after I give my take? I don't mind either.
Go for it, please. You.
Okay. So 2 nights ago, I came on to share I had so many thoughts about the situation, because as you all know, the only video I released the day of was about the school shooting in Denver, which I felt was not getting the press coverage it deserved. But I went live that night after I had a few hours to process, and my statement was, and I still believe this, I personally don't agree with celebrating his death on two fronts. Front one is that I think if you watch that video and your first thought is happiness, that to me feels like you're losing your humanity. And front two is the pragmatic front, which is I don't think it's a good look, and it will push people away from progressive policies that would be good for marginalized communities. However, right? So that's my opinion. Those are my two takes. That's my personal opinion. However, I recognize that my opinion is influenced by my privilege. While I'm not technically white, I do what's the word here? It's not suffer, it's the opposite of suffer. I do enjoy, I guess, male privilege and white passing privilege, whatever it might be. And I am not the direct target of Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. Benefit, yes, thank you, that's the word. I am not the direct target of Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. Benefit from proximity is a good one too. So I am. It's not my place to criticize if somebody from the Black community, if somebody from the trans community, if somebody with a uterus is celebrating what happened. That's not my place to criticize. So that was my main take on that front. Now, I also qualified it, and this is, I guess, the 20% where I don't agree with Covey, whereas the rest is I'm pretty much agreeing with her statement. Is that I think we need to remember that all of us are living our first lives, and Dean is very young, and he also knew this person personally. Like it's not a friend. Charlie Kirk is not his friend, but I think that when you have someone that you've spoken to, right, someone that you've interacted with, die, that hits closer to home. When you watch the video, also that hit closer to home. That's why it was the first time in a long time that we saw white support of BLM growing after George Floyd, because we all watched that video, and white people with compassion saw that video and started supporting BLM. Now those polling numbers changed as time went on and as more rhetoric, blah blah blah. But after the George Floyd video was released, the polling for support of BLM was at an all-time high amongst white people. When you see something so horrific, it can affect the way you respond. So that's why I don't criticize him for crying. Does celebrating equal condoning? I mean, I guess in some ways, maybe. I don't know. But either way, I didn't criticize him crying. I think it was a totally normal response to someone in that moment. I wouldn't have cried if the roles were reversed. I wouldn't have cried, and I didn't. I watched the video and I didn't cry, but I did shake, because it's not something that, like, humans aren't used to seeing something so horrible, so horrific. Most of us. Is it wrong to celebrate your abuser going to jail? Yeah, that's a great point. So now, here's another point, and I guess I'm back on my disjointed situation. There are humans who, unfortunately, have either become desensitized or, because of their activism, have seen this horrific stuff. So people that have seen the emaciated children in Gaza, people that have seen the horrific slave trade in Sudan, the genocide in Congo, people that have seen the videos, not just the words, not just numbers on a spreadsheet, people that have seen that stuff, then look at people upset about someone like Charlie Kirk and it doesn't make sense, right? It's like, okay, you seem to be more upset about this than that, right? So from that front, I totally get that. I don't criticize him for crying. I do think that the way he spoke about those that might be happy about Charlie Kirk's passing was tone policing, like Covey mentioned, and and I do think it is somewhat rooted in privilege. So so those are the things I certainly agree with. But I also recognize that this is like an unprecedented situation. It's not an unprecedented assassination. It's not an unprecedented political assassination, but the assassination of a like political influencer in front of this many people is unprecedented. And I think we all are living our first lives and are all reacting to this in real time and learning how to react to this in real time. So it was a little frustrating when like he had a couple days and then it seemed like what Covey was saying wasn't clicking or he just needed more time to process it or whatever. But yeah, I think I do think I disagree with on that. That's what I'll say. Also, I disagree with every influencer, myself included, that had like opinions on this without sleeping on it or without just taking some time. This is myself included, by the way. I do think as people with a platform, we should be more responsible with that platform. And Hector mentioned this earlier, how his immediate emotions evolved as he had more time to process it. So that's my main take on it. And Lovey, I'm more than happy to have you speak on it as much as you'd like.
I actually really heavily agree with you on a lot of what you said. When it comes to Dean, I have been following him for a very long time. I have been in the political space on TikTok for a very, very long time. As a lot of you in here know, I am 18 years old. I have been in the political space on TikTok for the last almost 6 years going on. A lot of the people that you see on the right side on TikTok that have debated or are debating, I have either talked to, have debated in some way or form or something of that sort. Right? When Dean first started going live, that's when I had noticed him. That is when I had noticed that he was an individual on TikTok who more or less was a white kid that had a lot of shitty opinions, in my opinion. And we debated a lot. And then I kind of died off on TikTok and I came back and he was famous. It was horrific. It was actually so horrific. It was horrendous. He grew a lot from the kid that I saw that had honestly horrendous opinions about not only race, but about the LGBTQ community, about religion, about all sorts of different things. He had changed drastically and it was a good change. And I say all of this so that you all understand that this is the point of view that I am using when I am speaking about Dean. Nothing I say about Dean is intended to bring harm to him. None of it is intended to talk down on him. None of it is intended to even like be, I guess, like hateful towards him. I am probably not the best person to say this, especially because I am younger than Dean, but Dean is a kid. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people hold very, for lack of better wording, adult-like, I guess like standards to him. He is a kid. I am a kid. We are both kids. And this is a horrendous situation for somebody as young as 21 years old to be going through. He just found out that an individual that he had debated, who he had spent almost close to a year, I believe, following, trying to debate, rage baiting back and forth, all sorts of different things. And to find out that that individual has passed, regardless of their opinion, at the end of the day, is something that is actually horrific to find out about. Especially when you realize that you spoke to this person, that you've had conversations with this person, that you've debated with that person. That is horrendous to realize. I think a lot of the opinions that he gave the first time that he was talking about all of this, the day that we all found out that Charlie Kirk had passed, he was speaking purely out of emotion. I don't think that he was necessarily thinking of everything that he was supposed to be saying, as usual. Regarding his conversation with Covey, I am very disappointed to see how he was speaking, especially because it did seem like he was hammering the same nail over and over and over again, just saying, he just kept saying it's difficult for him to, I guess, be not okay with, but to level with individuals who are okay or happy that Charlie has passed, especially in the way that this occurred. And that's all he could really say in regards to what Covey was telling him. That is a prime example of, although Dean is very, very smart for someone who's 21 years old, he is very capable for someone who's 21 years old. At the end of the day, he is only 21 years old. And I see a lot of you in the comments saying, oh, is 21 years old a kid? Is this a kid? Is that? Yes, 21 years old is a kid. That is coming from an 18-year-old. My generation is going to hate me for saying this, but we are kids, okay? I'm not saying that Dean is right for what he was saying. I'm not saying that Dean is, I guess I don't agree with him in saying that those who are, I suppose, happy that Charlie Kirk has passed are automatically wrong individuals. I don't believe that. But I do think that he was speaking primarily from a space of emotion and how close he was to the situation, and how if Charlie Kirk had a target on his back, if that means that he now has a target on his back, if that means that now his best friend has a target on his back, or anyone in the political atmosphere on TikTok now has a target on their back. That is a very horrific thing to realize and to have to come to terms with. I really hope that Dean learns from that situation, from that conversation with Athena. I'm hoping that they had further conversation go on, because I hold out a lot of benefit of the doubt for Dean, especially given that I have seen him grow as much as he has. So I really, really hope that that was just him not fully understanding a situation because of how privileged he is. And I think that's all I really can say on that, honestly. Also, you guys are haters in the comments. I don't know why you're hating me. That's so mean. How dare you guys?
I'm 72 and have a lot of respect for the younger generation like Dean Parker. I have a life experience, but they are smart. Yeah, they are smart. And I thought I made it clear, and I think Lovey would agree that this isn't like us hating on Dean at all. That's not. It's just like that's just my opinion on his statements, and Lovey has a very similar opinion. So
It's not that we're intending to hate on Dean. It's that we are critiques, or we have critiques of Dean. And I think that is very important for us as individuals to have. If you are in the debate side of TikTok, you need to be able to critique each other, and you need to be able to hold accountability for yourself and others. It does not matter who they are. It does not matter where they are. It does not matter what is going on. You need to be able to critique your own opinions. Even before today, I was in Dean's Discord last night and throughout the day, and I was asking people, hey, am I wrong for holding this opinion? Do you think that I am wrong? Am I wrong for feeling this way? Am I wrong for thinking this? And I had those conversations. I was able to sit down and talk about these things. If you cannot do that, I don't think that you should be on here talking about your political stance, because you are not able to critique yourself, and you're not able to critique others in good faith. But I digress on that one.
Johnny screamed at me for giving him feedback. Oh no. I'm critiquing the age comment. Oh, I missed your previous comment, Sim. I'm sorry.
Are they talking about me calling Dean a kid?
Yeah, I think so. So tired of the holier than thou attitude. Okay, just really quick, because obviously a lot of people are jumping in halfway and might not know. My issue, and I don't think Lovey has an issue with it either. I do not care that he cried. I think as a human, it is a it is a reaction that I understand. So I kind of disagree with Lovey and with respectability politics.
Trey, my DMs are open if you'd like to have that conversation. I don't
Trey,
mind.
I'm actually planning on bringing Trey up shortly. I think they're second in line after RV. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. If you want to just hang out, well,
Yeah, I'm done. Also, for people saying for me to preach what to act like what I preach on, I do regularly, and that is what I'm saying. I fully believe that I need to be able to take critiques if I'm going to have these conversations. If you think I'm wrong, please feel free to call me out on it. I am more than willing to have that conversation. If I'm wrong about something, I'm wrong, and I need to change that if I'm wrong. But if I'm right, and I'm gonna rub it in your face. That's just how that is. I'm so sorry.
yeah. I'll give a really, really quick recap. Basically, I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't care very much that Dean cried. But I do think he was tone policing groups that might have a reason to be happy that Charlie's gone. That's basically the summary. Okay, I'm gonna bring up RV, who has waited patiently in the request box here, and then I'll bring up Trey 5.
Hey, Dan. My talking point was actually to the initial guests that were previously on when we were going through the quotes from Charlie Kirk that he had made, and they were basically coming up trying to argue their point of they don't think that they're racist for, supporting him. And I think it's a little tone deaf on their end, speaking as an African American woman who obviously was on the negative side of his quotes. These are, if you align yourself and you agree with what he's saying, and you get on here or you're talking to other individuals and you're trying to argue that, well, he didn't mean this, he didn't mean that. One, we'll never know. And two, imagine if you are an African American person or part of one of those smaller groups that he's targeting, and you're working with someone who agrees with him, or you're interviewing with someone who agrees with him. Even if you are not to your core a racist person, by supporting him, you are in fact aligning yourself with his beliefs. And there's really a line you need to draw and be able to state, is this someone I want to be associated with? You can't necessarily pick and choose, because even if you're not racist, you're ignorant and you're not trustworthy and you're basically complicit in what it is he believes in. And that's not okay. So whether you choose to say, oh, well, he was speaking the truth or he's allowed to have an opinion, yes. Free will, free speech is not freedom from consequences. So therefore you can believe that, but you're not allowed to get on here and hold discussions or just speak and say what you want, when the reality is you're not actually face to face and saying these things to people who look like me. You feel that way when you go home, you get on social media and you get in your little groups and you feel comfortable being ignorant and racist because that's really what it is. And you try to justify it. And even in Charlie Kirk's case, to even make those statements when you're on a tour for college campuses, you are meeting Black people and people of other minority groups who are there getting an education. And last time I checked, he didn't have a degree. So to sit there and make comments about people who are like me and look like me, and to tell me I didn't work hard, and to say, oh, we're DEI hires, do you not know what the interview process looks like? I didn't go to school twice for someone to tell me I only got my job because I'm Black. I had to interview. I had to actually speak to questions. I actually had to back up both of my degrees and certifications. It was not given to me because I'm Black. That's not how that works. And the reality is, if you have that mindset and you continue to endorse and highlight people and put them on platforms and make them influencers and let them speak to young minds, you're actually hurting yourself. If you get sick, if something happens to you, are you really going to be upset that the person is a minority? You want them to be qualified. That's the logical response. So to make those statements and to think, oh, well, I'm not happy anything happened to him. I really wasn't really aware of who he was for the most part until recently. But even going and seeing what he was saying, I don't understand the outrage. That's insane. And then I am a Christian, and I don't think anything about him was very Christian-like. It wasn't. And even if people say, oh, well, he debated with honor. Having ignorant views and sitting across from someone doesn't mean you're debating with honor. You're rage baiting. It is what it is. Because at the end of the day, you don't have to agree with the person, but you should not be targeting people as your talking points. That's not okay. I don't agree with the fact that he was even on a college campus in the first place. I don't think they should allow white supremacists. Granted, he was in Utah, there's their own beliefs. But at the end of the day, we have to hold people to a higher standard. So if you don't think that you're racist, then maybe you should look within yourself and figure out why you get upset that someone is calling you racist for being aligned with someone who is openly racist. Because it's not about what you believe, it's about the people who he was talking about, how they felt about it. No one cares what a white person thinks about black people. That's not how that works. Your words are negatively impacting us and other groups. So therefore, how you feel is irrelevant if you cannot align yourself with people who he's attacking. It's perfectly fine if you want to think how you want to think, but you have to stand 10 toes down behind your beliefs. That's just how it is. I have to do it. Other groups have to do it. It is what it is. But you do not get to hide behind it and say, oh, I'm not racist, and I think he was saying this, I think he was saying that. He didn't defend his own words. He said it and he moved on with his life. That's what he did. So therefore, there is no going back and forth about what he meant. He knew he had a platform and he knew he had a voice. And unfortunately, up until his last day, he used it to be ignorant towards other groups that he was not a part of. And at the end of the day, he was in alignment with a president who does the exact same thing. And that's coming from someone who is from Baltimore, who the president deliberately went out of his way to be negative towards. I went to an inner city school. I don't think I was born to die. I don't think I was born to be a statistic. Because if I was, I'm a positive statistic, just like other people I know. And I wasn't a DEI hire at anything, and I wasn't a DEI candidate in any of the schools I went to. I wrote essays. I had to get scholarships. I had to work my butt off like other people who look just like me. So when you make these comments and you say these things, maybe you should get out of your small little town, your idiotic little mind, and you should actually go in these places, meet these people. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a place they came from. And if I'm not judging you, you shouldn't judge me, because if your statement is, oh, well, you're black, you're this, you're a woman, you really don't have much of a talking point. That's not really how it works. At the end of the day, like a lot of the people on the right like to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and try again. If you didn't get selected, try somewhere else. I moved to get a better job. You got to do it sometimes. You got to leave behind family. You got to leave behind friends. You have to do a lot to get where you want to be. But getting online and complaining and hiding behind fake TikTok accounts and being racist isn't going to get you anywhere. Because if anything, you're just arguing why you're mediocre. And that's a problem between you, not me. That's all I had to say. So, thanks, Dan. Oh, I think you're on mute. Or I can't hear you, at least.
Yeah, no, I was. Thank you so much for coming up.
I just really quickly wanted to say, RV, I agree with you on everything you said. You said that beautifully. I was just mesmerized. Jesus, I can't speak English today. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you said. You are so right about all of it. Honestly, I don't think I could have said it any better.
Thanks, guys. It was great talking to you. I don't know how to leave, Dan.
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
She said that in the cutest way ever, too.
People need to understand the definition of DEIA. Even when they do, the fact of the matter is, DEI is just the evolution of all of the other words that they had. It was CRT, right? And before CRT, it was BLM, and before that, it's their new way, the new acceptable way to call, to use a certain word. Okay, that's what it is. Most people didn't know about DEI until the right wing started to spread lies about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this Trait 5 said they disagreed with Lovey, at least somewhat. So let's hear.
Someone said they're talking about putting up a statue of Kirk in the Capitol.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm a bit sick right now. I came down with the flu.
We can hear you, but I really hope you get better, honestly.
Thank you. I didn't mean any disrespect by saying I disagree with you, Lovey. I watch your content as well, but I was just saying I disagree with how Dean is it Dean? Yeah, it was Dean.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with how Dean stated how we shouldn't feel bad because he will never experience that marginalization that we were talking about. I'm gonna give you a little background context. Me being a black male in Chicago, the west side of Chicago, really, I'm in the hood, North Lawndale. I'm in the hood. Like I know I just gave away my location, but yeah, I'm in the hood. Like I've grew up around violence, and I have been desensitized to it. I will say, but seeing Kirk get shot, that I was like, damn, okay, that's kind of crazy. But at the same time, I do not feel bad for that man. I have no empathy towards him at all because he says people that look like me, when we get in positions of power, he doesn't trust us in those positions. He thinks we should be paper pushers. He thinks we should be this, that, and the third. He doesn't like me. I'm not gonna give my enemy empathy. That's just me. But also the reason I say Dean is Dean has like I'm sorry. Dean has like this privilege that he has is because he will never experience what it's like to be me. Right now I deal with depression, so I have to take medication for that because sometimes it does get really bad. I was speaking to my therapist actually recently about because I don't take my medication sometimes, but sometimes I do. And sometimes when I have to work, I can't take my medication. She said, "Oh, let's work around that. Take the medication with you." I cannot. I cannot. I have been stopped by the police maybe 4 or 5 times when I did have my medication on me, and they tested it and it came back positive that it was drugs. Even after explaining to them multiple times, it's antidepressants. Only after testing it multiple times have they finally let me go.
Yeah.
And that's something I have to deal with as a black man living in this society. I have to constantly deal with people saying negative things about me. Like my father isn't around. My father was around. That I'm gonna be a deadbeat. I don't have any kids. That I'm a criminal. I have never committed a crime in my life, and I don't plan on it. I will become a statistic. I'm this, that. I'm low IQ. I'm the first person in my family to go to college.
Yeah.
Also, he will never experience what it's like being a black person in front of a white person. When I was growing up, I was 11 years old. Me never knowing anything about racism, I spoke to every white person I saw. I don't care what your race was. I would speak to you. I remember this one instance. Like little white people nod that they do to you when they see you and you like eyes with them. Me and my cousin were walking back from a store. I saw this white gentleman. This was like 2010, 2011. Me and him locked eyes. I spoke to the man. I said, "Good evening, sir." He told me, "Shut the fuck up, nigger."
Oh.
That changed the way I thought. Like these people are not they're not good people like that. They're not great people. So I will never feel empathy when one of them is killed by their own rhetoric. To me, Charlie Kirk is Dr. Frankenstein, and he was killed by a monster he created.
I so I don't just really disagree with anything you're saying. I'm confused on what the thing is that you disagree with Lovey on then.
Yeah, because I was gonna say you and I actually have very similar lives there outside of just like you being male and me being female. I also suffer from depression. I suffer from anxiety, bipolarism as well. I take my medication. I've been stopped by police as well. I experience a lot of the same things you do. I don't disagree with you when you say that he was unalived by his own rhetoric. That is true. That is very, very, very true. I personally don't believe in being the one to say whether or not an individual deserves to pass, personally. That is due to my own spiritual beliefs, though. So, take that with a grain of salt, if you so please. Though when in reference to Dean, I don't think that Dean, or I don't think that we as a community need to be saying like, oh, Charlie Kirk deserved this or Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this, right? It sounds like your primary issue is that how Dean handled it, if I'm correct, right? Like how he responded to Charlie Kirk's passing. Am I correct?
Yeah, I would say more so like him saying that we shouldn't be able to be we should have empathy for him really and like that we can't celebrate. Not celebrate. Like I don't even see anybody celebrate. I've just seen people say that they don't care. Like they don't care because he was a racist. Like
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
I will say the chat at the time, if I remember correctly, he had close to 250,000 people in the live.
Yeah,
that
a
is a
lot.
massive amount of people. I'm surprised TikTok was even able to keep up with that many people in a live. I've never seen a live stream with that many people. That's including like people like Charlie D'Amelio, who has way more followers than Dean. I've never seen one of her have a live with that many people, right? So that on its own is its own thing, right? There were definitely people in the comments saying that they were happy that Charlie had been unalive, that he had been assassinated, right? And that they were going to celebrate. Now, whether or not that's a joke, either way, I won't say that they were right or wrong for feeling that way. I can say that I understand why Dean might have responded that way at first. I don't think that Dean responds very well to death in general. I think that he's very sympathetic towards individuals who pass, especially if they leave the world. I guess just like not, what's the, like nature's path, I guess is like the right way to say that. If they're forced out, if they're unalived, assassinated, something of that sort. I think that he's very empathetic towards that. Or not empathetic, sympathetic, I should say. Or both, really. I personally don't want him to stop feeling that way if that is how he feels. I think that that is a very good aspect of him, to always be empathetic and sympathetic towards individuals. When in reference to Charlie Kirk, I don't think Dean suffered in any aspect from what Charlie Kirk was saying. The only aspect that Dean did suffer is when Charlie Kirk talked shit on liberals or Democrats and leftists. That's it. Every other aspect, Charlie had little to no effect on Dean's life. While in comparison to you and I, Trey, we're both black individuals. I'm a woman, you're a man. I'm assuming. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm a man. Sorry.
You're good.
Shout out to on mute.
So and I'm part of the LGBTQ community. We both have mental illnesses that we have to, be very wary about. Charlie Kirk spoke so horridly about us, just for the hell of it. We suffered so much from everything that Charlie Kirk pressed. So how we feel about this is going to be entirely different from how Dean feels about this. That is a prime example of how someone can experience privilege and not even realize it. And I'm not saying that Dean doesn't realize it. I think that he does pretty good with acknowledging that he does have privilege. I'm just saying that when it comes to very vulnerable moments, sometimes things like that are pressed to the back of our minds. We're not necessarily thinking like, oh, I have privilege in this. I'm not necessarily thinking like, oh, I view this way. We automatically become very emotional about things like that. I disagree with him in a lot of what he said about Charlie Kirk live that day, or how he views Charlie Kirk. I overall am pretty indifferent about Charlie Kirk, personally. I'm glad that he can no longer spread the rhetoric that he was. I'm glad that he can no longer cause as much harm as he was. I'm sorry that it took him having to lose his life for that to happen, but I'm indifferent about it nonetheless. Though I'm a little confused as to what it is you disagree with me on, primarily, right? Because it sounds like we hold pretty much the same opinion about Dean on this, at least.
Oh, I was saying the age part I disagreed on. Like
About me calling him a kid?
I consider a 21-year-old an adult. I don't consider them a kid.
I mean, you can consider that. I grew up with very traditional parents. My parents are well in their 70s, so anyone below their age is pretty much a child in their eyes, and I hold that same opinion. I do think that Dean is a kid. I think that he has a lot of growing up to do. I don't think that his I think it's his frontal lobe, if I'm remembering correctly, that is not formed just yet. I don't think that he is an adult necessarily. Legally, he is an adult. Legally, I am an adult, but I don't think that we are as matured as we can be before I really start saying, like, there is no reason to for him to be, I guess, acting as immature as he does at times. So I guess that's just how you and I view age differently on that one.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, and, from the creator earlier, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he was the guy who was with you where you were talking to Clayton Bigsby. The guy who was talking about was Daryl Davis. He was the black man who befriended.
Oh, I know Daryl Davis. I didn't realize that Clayton
Yeah,
Bigsby was based on him.
yeah, he was based on him. Hey, you also said Clayton Bigsby was from Boondocks.
I mixed him up with Uncle Ruckus. My bad, bro.
Clayton Bigsby is from like a Chappelle
The
show
Chappelle
skit.
Show. Yeah, he's blind.
Uncle
I've seen
Ruckus
it. I just my brain mixed it up. I'm sorry.
is Boondocks. That was funny. But also another thing. Damn, I actually just lost my train of thought. Actually, never mind. It's okay.
Ooh,
Violence and gore.
All right.
And watching that video gave me an extreme emotional reaction.
Dean's live. I kind of want to. Just curious.
I'm
Because
just
apparently he was watching our live, so I'm
He
curious.
pinged me and he pinged me in the server. And
I
my
saw.
immediate response was stop watching. Go away. Why are you
And
lurking?
the fact that my friend was there and he
But
FaceTimed me, like screaming.
But yeah,
and running away
appreciate you,
because
Trey
he felt
5,
bad
for coming
because
up.
it might have been
Are you gonna head off live?
Well, I don't know how to leave, and also I followed you on this account because they banned my previous account because I was arguing with white supremacists. So
yeah, that's not all right. Well, I'll take care of dropping out of the box, but yeah, thank you for the follow and thank you for coming up.
Bye, Jay.
Bye.
Do you plan? Oh Jesus! Sorry, I'm looking at Dean's chat. Somebody made fun of him for spelling appreciate wrong.
Wants everybody calling me a poser and a grifter in
Are
the chat.
you going to stay
My
on live?
tears
Watch
weren't-
his live? Are you gonna
Well, I was just gonna tune in to see what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I should probably end soon. Maybe we could do a rare Dean raid. I should probably end soon. It's been 4.5 hours. But yeah, I was gonna watch for a little bit and see how long this topic is on for.
talked about? Would you rather I hop down, or is it okay if I stay?
It is totally up to you. Yeah,
Would
you
it
can
be
stay
alright
for
if
sure.
I stayed up here?
The point, please
Yay.
share it with me.
How much of the comments are actual Dean viewers versus Kirk people? That's a good question.
I wish we could. I wish we knew. Oh, that would be so interesting.
The comments are
If you want to share the point with me, go ahead in the chat. We're going to go to get that next guest up here. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you loaded up. We're going to go to move on to that next guest, Christopher, right now.
So it looks like that's it. I don't know if anyone else was watching. He could do a poll. I'm so happy to see young people like Dean and Parker have interest in what's going on. Yeah,
Is that with that? I get it. You know, I think that I came out swinging the first day saying, you know, if this is something, if this is something that like you didn't like have sympathy for, I get it. If this is something like you felt relief from the fact that, you know, we went from having a large talking large talking individual go from spewing bigotry to no, like 3 days ago to no bigotry today, I get it. I get it. I get it. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I get it. I do get it. I think the hard, now you're still saying I'm missing the point. Okay. Well, if there's another point, feel free to let me know down below in the chat. We'll get you up here, but let's go to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you loaded into the live. We got LM Golf connecting to the stream right now. Everybody do just be patient. Hey, what is up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I have
Okay.
hormonal.
I'm sorry. You said that you're 18. Feel free to hop back in that queue. I'll ask you some questions about.
Okay.
It sounds like he's just going back to debating.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he was talking about it for a few minutes before I knew he was live.
Mm.
But anyway, okay.
He needs a day off. I do think that Dean should take longer off. But then again, if Dean feels like he is ready to go back to debates, I'm not a medical professional. I can't tell him not to do that. So that's entirely on him.
Yeah, I thought that he said during that first live that he was going to take some time off, and I wouldn't blame him if he did, but also I'm not going to criticize him for not doing it. Totally.
He did, from what I remember.
Well, didn't he?
Dean is also really bad at taking breaks, I realized.
I popped over. Chat is being spammed with missing the point. I wonder if he will reflect and process a bit more.
Telling me that you appreciate me for the emotion that I showed. I want to make sure that you show that same emotion, okay?
Of course.
Because like what happened in that violent, terrible video that I saw that led to that outcome alongside the other facts is something that happens to children in school and Palestinians in Gaza and global violence that I feel goes unseen and unheard and promoted definitely by our current administration. So I guess the question that I'd ask to you is, how can you tell me that you appreciate me for giving the reaction that I did, meanwhile you support an administration that is actively emboldening and literally planning an ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip with Netanyahu in Israel?
Because aside from what I voted for, especially because now I'm independent, I don't really side too much on the right anymore. Aside from all that, I still support how you actually, out of all people, are mature enough to actually show compassion that he was a father. I don't care about political.
I have empathy for his kids. But I don't know how him being a father will somehow absolve him of being a racist white supremacist. Like I don't know why they keep bringing that up. Like his kids shouldn't have to grow up without a father. His kids shouldn't have had to witness it if they were old enough to process it and were there, which is what I heard. But like I couldn't give two flying fucks that he's a father.
I do feel empathy towards his wife and kids, like especially if they lived the life that he preached that individuals should be living, which is basically the mother stays in the home, does nothing. I feel really bad because I that is a very difficult situation for them to be in, and she is entirely alone. So I do hold empathy for them.
I'm on the fence about how I feel about his wife. But his kids definitely didn't deserve it. I would like to think, and I know it's not true because I recognize it by who they vote for and who they support, but I would like to think that most Americans agree that children are innocent and it's our duty as a society to protect them. So
yeah, I like in reference to the wife, I think like I don't think that I have empathy because I don't think that anyone should ever experience seeing a loved one assassinated. I think that's like my core thing or my core belief when it comes to like the wife. Regardless of her beliefs, I don't think that she should have had to see what I would want to say the quote unquote love of her life be killed in front of her. That is a very I don't think that I would wish that upon anyone, honestly. That is a very dark thing to see. But that's really the only sense I take empathy, or I have empathy for her.
I mean that's fair. I don't know that I agree, but that's okay. That is okay. His wife should have told him, stop lying to them, student. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, his wife heard him say that if their 10-year-old daughter was raped, he would force her to have the baby.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's, yeah. Anyway. I'm going to do, like, a couple more guests, and I think I want to call it live. So, welcome to stay if you want, or...
Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay. That one down. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Damn. Yeah. Chat. Are we a Dean Withers waiting room? We lost like 600 viewers when Dean went live.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, I just like slowly watched them like dissipate. I was like, damn, that's wild.
Okay, go on to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, hello.
What's going on?
Hey, before I start, Dan, I wanted to just say that I've been following your content for a couple of years now. And if you haven't had that affirmation, I just wanted you to know that the things that you were able to teach somebody like me, I've been able to teach some of my friends and change some of their opinions. And I really appreciate the work that you do. With that being said, I also wanted to just touch on the topic now. Just 2 points, and I'm going to get out of your hair. Is that I appreciate the way that you are looking at the situation because I'm feeling that people don't understand that you can feel bad about the situation and you don't have to necessarily have the utmost of empathy for him. They're not mutually exclusive. That's the problem I think people are having with this is that they don't realize that you don't have to adhere to both. You can
Right.
feel one way without the other. I, as a father, have so much empathy and sympathy for his kids. However, for his wife, I mean, sure, that was her partner, that was her anchor, but she was an adult and she also understood what he was participating, the seeds of dissent and things that he was doing. My empathy can only stretch so far because you knew what you were doing. And before I get out of your hair, I wanted to ask, did you see the tweet by I think it was Senator Macy, how she flip-flopped a few minutes ago?
Yep. Nancy Mace.
I just thought that it was kind of funny if that doesn't
That
completely encapsulate how most people feel about, how the right does perpetuate this one type of stereotype of violence in a sense, or how some people, specifically some people of color, do feel like they're being policed and how they should be empathetic. I feel like that tweet perfectly encapsulates how people feel.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. One last thing. I'm only going to say this because of your little jab at the Dean Withers waiting room. Um, Most of my friends and I have been watching you for a while, and I think the greatest distinction between the two of you, of why, at least for me and my friends, why we like your content so much, is that sure anybody can make a debating content where you're just dunking on smooth brain Trump supporters day in and day out. It's a lot different than what you do when you actually allow people to actually have discussions and actually get knowledge as opposed to just sitting there and just shitting on smooth brains. I think that's a very big distinction between the two of you. And that's why I like your content more. Just want to put that out there.
I appreciate that. I do think that a lot of times when Dean's debating that because of what his counterpoints are, that is a way to
Yeah, you need somebody. You waiting on somebody? No, I was just go
I
get some
sorry, there's
stuff.
the conversation happening in the background.
I'm sorry, I'm at work.
You're good. But yeah, that is a way to spread information. In fact, like me watching Parker is how I learned a lot of the stuff that I learned before I started going live. So yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily and I'm not even saying you're saying it, but like there I think debates like that do have a lot of value in terms of spreading information. Um and then it's one aspect of my life, whereas it's most of his life. So I see the difference, but I don't know that I would say like either of us is either of our lives or either of our approaches is better or worse. It just is what it is. Dan has changed many people's minds. Dean is great too, but it's more. Yeah, I don't like. It's. I always feel weird like trying to compare in like a qualitative sense my lives versus anyone else that is fighting for what's right. Anyone else that's advocating for marginalized communities, anyone else that's advocating for progressive policies. I always feel weird like comparing the way we do lives versus someone else and then judging it in that way. I always say that everyone has like their own different set of skills that they might have. And I think we should lean into that, whatever it might be.
No, I totally agree. And I think that's what's so great about having different viewpoints as somebody said in the chat, different techniques and just different outlooks on some of the same things does promote healthy discussion. But anyway, thanks again for letting me up here, Dan. I hope you had your words of affirmation today, and I hope you have a good day. And
I appreciate that.
yeah.
I find it so funny whenever people come up, because I do see people come up and they're like, Dan, you know, you changed my life, and like I just appreciate it so much. And then I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, oh, the same thing happened for me. How interesting. How weird life works like that. I don't know. I just find it, I find it very heartwarming whenever people come up and you could tell that they're fans of you, and they're very kind and very honest, and because it keeps me very appreciative, I think is the best way to say that. But
I it always makes me feel a little. I don't know how to feel. I guess I'm very bad at taking compliments, and also I don't even like the term fan. Like usually I'd rather say community member, because like I feel like we're all part of this Daniverse community, as it were.
Mhm.
Whereas like I don't know, fan implies that I'm someone
They're eating the
like a
dogs.
celebrity.
Yeah. Thank you, Crystal. And I just, yeah, I don't know. It feels weird. It's like when, like back in February, we were joking about like doing a liberal dating live, and then someone mentioned like doing a bachelor where Dan is the bachelor or whatever, and I was like, that would be great content, but I don't. I feel so uncomfortable with like being a prize.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I think I've had people, especially with the whole, I don't know how to, the bad Dan. I think that's the best way. The bad Dans. Ever since that, I've had a lot of people.
Okay, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that they recognize. Like I even at my college, there's a debate team, and I had someone, as I was talking to them, they're like, you know, you sound very familiar. I was like, really? They're like, yeah. Like I've seen you somewhere. I was like, that's not a good thing. Okay. Where'd you see me? And they proceeded to bring up the video of me on Parker's Live. And I was like, oh, that's horrific. That is horrendous. And he was like, you know, I'm such a big fan. Like, can I get a photo with you? I was like, no, I don't want, no, get away from me. So like,
That's
I
such
definitely
a
understand that.
God.
It's either that or like I'm in a debate space and I see someone like knowing me as like the quote unquote like Dean official hater. I'm like, I don't hate Dean, guys. I give him a lot of critiques. That's all I can say. All right. I have a lot of critiques of Dean. It comes out of appreciation for what he does. Right. But it's such a weird thing, like getting recognized. And like ever since I became mutuals with like you, Erica, Santana, I even became mutuals with someone that I looked up to like all the time, which is like Athena. Being mutuals with you guys, I was like, oh my God, guys, I'm mutuals with like people I've looked up to for so long. And it was a crazy thing. But I guess I just find it very interesting that I can see it from both sides now. It's very scary. I
Yeah,
think that's
you're
the best
now.
way.
Now it's you. You're the person that people are looking up to.
Don't do that, guys. I'm short. Don't do that, please.
And I'm confident that over the years, you will be known for way more than the girl from that Dan's Live.
I hate that that's what I'm known as too. I hate it. It's either that or people are like, oh yeah, I see you in Dean's Discord all the time. I'm like, that's not a good title. I don't like that. The girl in Dean's Discord. I don't like that at all. No. Gotta change that. But I'm probably gonna head off. I have to help my family with something. But Dan, I appreciate you tremendously. You are an amazing individual. You are amazing.
We just
That's
talked
all I
about
can
me
say.
being uncomfortable
I know.
by this, but
I
thank
know.
you.
That's why I stopped with saying you're amazing. But yes, thank you for everything that you do. And chat, thank you so much for being kind. I hope everyone here has an amazing day, unless you don't deserve it. And you probably know whether or not you deserve it or not. But on that note, love everyone, please, all the time. All right. Bye, Dan. Bye, chat.
Bye. Have the day you deserve. Yeah. Um, I am so grateful for the friendlies that came up today. Every single one of them has had not only unless your screen name is Clayton Bigsby, not only amazing input, but also it's always so it's so relieving when not relieving. It's such a relief to remember that like we're not alone. Apparently I'm not seeing a lot of hate posts about USA CEO Unaliver. Yeah, I wonder why. Okay, well, here's one. Courtesy of Hector. Got one. Yeah, sure. I think there's one person ahead of you. We're gonna go to the next guest real quick.
Hi there. Give me 1 second. I'm at the gym. I need to quickly move to a quiet spot.
Okay, no worries. Hey, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much.
Hi there. How's it going today, Dan?
It's going all right. How are you?
Not bad. I wanted to come by because I was wondering if you've heard about the Groyper stuff at all, with like that potential motivation for why Kirk was unalived.
Okay, so all I know, other than Kai saying that he was a Groyper in chat, is that the bullet that said, if you read this, you're gay, laugh my ass off, to me immediately read as an edgelord. Which is...
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. Yes. So Groypers are an online community of Christo-fascists who basically follow Nick Fuentes, right? Like he's the leader of their little fascist organization. And they primarily exist on 4chan. They used to exist on 8chan before that kept getting taken down. And right now, or actually for the past few years, they have been essentially in like an online war with Charlie Kirk and his fans over Charlie Kirk's support of Israel. Because these people are so anti-Semitic that basically it overturned Windows and becomes like hatred of Israel as well.
Right, yeah.
So basically what a lot of people are seeing with like the inscriptions on some of the bullets are things that are actually like the Shao Shao song is actually a song on a playlist of the Groyper War playlist that exists, which is something that like a lot of the Groypers are using as like a rallying cry. And additionally, like on their little 4chan boards, they actually do think that Tyler Robinson is one of their community. Like they're very convinced that it's one of them.
Oh my god. Yeah, so...
Yeah, exactly this.
Yeah. So I was saying this before, chat, that they're... Like, people like Nick Fuentes have called out Trump, but for not being right enough, for not being fascist enough. And I pointed this out. I pointed this out when Trump came after the radical left before we even had a suspect. I pointed out the fact that like it's possible that they just that a Nazi killed him for supporting Israel. And
yes, that's literally exactly it. Like, and again, the like people who are saying it's like a conspiracy, the Groypers think that Tyler Robinson was one of them.
Yeah. White on white crime, usual suspect. Yeah, makes sense why Trump said something about the radical right. Well, he said he doesn't care about the radical right. It was what he said, actually. But yeah, that's fucking wild. Dan, thank you for the source on that. Okay, well, I mean, I'll look into it more off live so that I can know for sure.
Fair.
But that does, I mean, it tracks, and I just hope that the right will call this out and claim it, like Nancy Mace wanted the left to claim this before we had a suspect. Democrats own this, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, it's a white guy. We know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil, lost individual. Oh, he's lost. The Republicans can't own anything. They'll never own anything, including the insurrection.
Well, yeah, and there's that, but we both know that, like, rather than focus on the conservative versus conservative crime, it's going to be, oh, well, the leftists still made fun of Charlie Kirk and were mean about his death, therefore.
Oh, yeah, they're going to talk about the memes about Charlie Kirk for weeks, months, who knows? Certainly longer than they talked about the Democratic politicians that were assassinated literally because of right-wing rhetoric. But
of course,
I appreciate your time. I just want to quickly bring attention to that potential thing right now. So have a great day.
Thank you so much, Corey.
I was gonna say I can get out of your hair unless we're doing only dance.
Shar is the next guest. I just brought you up for the source, but I mean, if you
yes, standard disclaimer. We should not put too much stock into early speculation. Always wait for confirmation before we form strong opinions. But this is relatively good news, I would say.
It's only good news. It should be neutral news. Just so we're clear, it should be the motive of a murderer should be neutral news. The reason it would be considered good news is because the right is so unhinged that if the murderer was a Democrat, or if they were black, or if they were trans, or if, whatever it might be, it would lead to more harm towards those communities. And you know what? It still will, just not as bad. So
1000%. As always, you nailed it, and I will see you next time.
Thank you so
much. Love you, buddy. Stay safe. Hang in there, okay?
For the governor saying he wanted it to not be one of them. The governor literally said he was praying. He wasn't praying to find the killer. He was praying that when they do find the killer, that they were from a foreign country. Hey, Char Jazzy.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
That's good. I'm okay. I've been following you for a while, and I cannot remember anything I've disagreed with you on. I've enjoyed following you. I have also watched Parker and Dean, and I wanted to let Lovey know how proud I am of you young people that get out here and be active, because when I was that age, I didn't know anything about that. I knew they were marching and singing in the streets, protesting, but I didn't know much about it. I'm 60-something, and it is such a joy for me to see our young people get out and be active. Now, with this situation, I would not celebrate the unaliving of anyone, even though I disagree with his message. And I understand that Dean was young, and that was his first response. I mean, he didn't have a chance to think about it and all. So I don't blame him for his first response, but you don't condemn other people for how they feel. Everybody feels the way they're going to feel because of the life that they have had. So I just wanted to come up and say that and say I appreciate you. And thank you so much for being there. And I am not going to keep you away from your other followers.
No, you are welcome to stay up here as long as you'd like. I've seen you in chat for so long, like you said, and I really do appreciate you so much.
Thank
And your
you.
kind words. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't come up often because I don't speak often, because I may say the wrong thing as far as TikTok language.
Oh well, I don't think you have to worry about that. I haven't really been using the TikTok words as much as other creators, and given some of the guests that use words that are not safe for anywhere, let alone TikTok, I wouldn't worry myself about that if I were you. If you ever have anything to say, just request up. Always welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I can't find the Trump clip. What clip are we talking about? I'm gonna play this clip really quick because this clip brought me to the edge. Anyone that was watching me live react to this, I literally crashed out about this. hard.
Radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone. They want open borders. The worst thing that happened.
Radicals on the right is
Transgender for everybody. I mean, he said it like as clear as can be. I do not care about radicals on the left. Or on the right, excuse me. He doesn't care about radicals on the right, only on the left. But we knew this. People that have been following, we knew this. When he was asked to condemn during the 2020 debates between Trump and Biden, he was asked to condemn the Proud Boys, and he said, stand back and stand by. We knew this. So this was just more explicit. So like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I already drew this line, but now it's really drawn. It's if you support this man, you're a bad person. You're racist, misogynist, Nazi, or child molester. There's nothing. There's no way that you can be so okay with pardoning of people that beat police officers, but then also say that you back the blue. There's no way that you can agree with him before we had a suspect blaming the radical left. And then when we have the suspect and they're not the radical left, in fact, it's just a white guy and it looks like they're on the right, he's doubling down. He's like, yeah, okay, well, I don't care. I don't care. If they're right, if they're on the right, then I don't care. If they're on the left, then hang them up from the streets, right? We can look at that with Nancy Mace. Democrats own this.
Panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot. And I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today.
Okay, they catch him. He's a white guy. We know that Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil, lost individual like Tyler Robinson and find Jesus. Where's the energy? Where's the same energy? Okay? When Democratic lawmakers, Melissa Hortman, her husband, and her dog were murdered over their political views, not a single Democratic politician came out and said that it was the radical right. Not a single Democratic politician came out and blamed the right. When Charlie Kirk is murdered by unknown person, Donald Trump comes out, the most powerful man on earth. Donald Trump comes out and says, this is because of the radical left. And then when it comes out that it's not only will there not be a retraction, no, a double down, because that's what Republicans do. They double down on being wrong. When those children were slaughtered in Uvalde, not only did Greg Abbott not do anything, not only did Texas Republicans not do anything, they loosened gun regulations. These people do not care about us. They do not care about our children, and we need to vote them out of existence. It's clear that they know that most Americans recognize this because they're gerrymandered. They have to gerrymander. They can't run on their policy. What are their policies? Hey, give me all your money. We're giving it to rich people. Those are their policies. So all they can attract are the hateful people, and that's not enough. That's not enough. There's not enough hateful votes out there. So what do they do? Oh shit. Okay. Well, we didn't lower grocery prices, and that's why like a big portion of the people voted for us instead of Kamala. We didn't lower those grocery prices. So what do we have to do? Okay, gerrymander the fuck out of this because we're going to lose otherwise. Like we're not going to lose on our policies. We're not going to lose on any. We're not going to win on our policies. We're not going to win on any of that. So gerrymander. We have to cheat. Democrats come out and say we want to ban partisan gerrymandering. Every Republican blocks it. And now Republicans in my comments are like, well, the Democrats are doing it too. Eat shit. Okay. This is the first school shooting Republicans have ever cared about. No, they cared about the school shooting that had a trans shooter. They really cared. They cared to the point where Trump was talking about banning trans people from having guns because one shooter happened to be trans. Why don't we ban the majority of school shooters from having guns, like cis white men? Should we ban cis white men from having guns? Before I end, still shocked that the NRA stepped up in support of that one. Well, they weren't defending trans people. They just really want to keep selling guns. Why would they? Before I end, I want to restate my my point about the event, right? About what happened to the CEO of Turning Point USA. I do not agree with what happened to him, but he agrees with what happened to him. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have our Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. I am going to reiterate as well. I am not blaming Charlie Kirk for his death. However, Charlie Kirk would blame Charlie Kirk for his death. And we know this because he blamed Tim Walz for the death of the Democratic politicians. The death of Melissa Hortman. He didn't think he would ever have to make the sacrifice. Exactly. Exactly. Finally, I am not celebrating his death. I don't think anyone should be killed in that way. However, I'm also not mourning his death. I feel empathy for his children, for having to grow up without a father. I feel empathy for the people that experienced the event. It's a traumatizing event. Do I feel empathy for Charlie Kirk? No. Not celebrating, but I don't care. And I don't. Actually, you know what? It's not that I don't care. It's I care as much as Republicans care about school shootings. So. All right. I think we're going to call it for the day. We've been live for 5 hours. We also normally don't go live in the morning. Yeah, if I do go live tonight, it'll probably just to be to play Super Mario Eclipse. I had a lot of fun playing that the first time with you guys. Yeah, let's rate somebody. Let's see who's live. Dan and Ice Agent just unalive somebody. I don't know if I have the spoons for that right now.
Answer that you just gave me to the hypothetical scenario, that victim of rape should be well within her right to revoke access to her bodily resources away from that fetus, the same way you said you should be well within your right to lock your front door at night to prevent.
Second, everybody. Sorry for the wait.
And then the hypothetical.
Yeah, which is equivalent to that of women that get raped.
Right.
And impregnated. Yeah, it's why I said that.
Okay. So this 5%.
Oh, Swan's live on her backup. Okay, that's why I didn't see her. Okay. All right. I wouldn't mind rating Swan, but I think we rated Swan last week, and I really want to raid somebody that I haven't rated before, which is Dan Trell. Dan Trell is live right now with Liv, with Kiana. And and I don't think I've ever been able to catch one of his lives to raid. So let me pull up Dan Trell real quick. I'm pretty sure. So for people that are saying Pickles as well, I'm pretty sure last week and the week before we rated Pickles and Swan. In those weeks, I like cycling through everybody, you know. Oh, thank you. Okay, there's the @ yeah, and anyone that wants to go watch Swan or go watch Pickles, you're obviously all totally welcome. Okay, here we go. Dan Trell right here. Doing a panel. Anyone know Swan's YouTube channel if they have one? That's a great question. Okay, YouTube and Twitch, love y'all. And TikTok, I will see. Could someone drop Swan's account too? It's Mayo Slayer 442. No, sorry, Mayo Slayer 422.0. Like definitely whether or not you raid, follow both of these creators. But yeah, okay. Love y'all. Have a great day. If we do go live tonight, I will be live, and if we don't, then I won't. These are sentences that don't need to be said. I don't know how to end lives, so maybe I'm just gonna do it Soprano style. But anyway, I hope you all have a. I ended the TikTok live Soprano style. All right, Twitch, YouTube, love y'all. Have a good night. Okay, have a good rest of that.